Gaming news today is all about, well, insanity. First, the Highguard fallout continues, with one former dev writing one of the most insane things that I think I have ever seen, and I actually had to make a lengthy video about it. That's going to be up later today. I spent a good portion of Sunday, putting my thoughts together. I really wanted the video to be pretty well-rounded. There's a lot to talk about with Highguard, but don't worry, I've got more about this situation. We're going to look at something else that this individual said. I'm not going to show their name. I'm not going to show their username. I think they've shut their Twitter down because of the blowback from everything that they said. But there's other things as well to react to. But that's not the only insane thing going on. Second, Ashes of Creation drama is getting to a level that I honestly didn't expect. We're getting claims of embezzlement, mixing business and personal funds, and it seems like this thing is just getting started, and we will take a look. We didn't have to wait for lawsuits, apparently, for this to get started, and I just realized I did not unlock the Discord. If you are a member to this channel, we actually have a Discord, and that is a place for you guys to hang out and enjoy the show whenever you are not able to maybe watch in the various places. It's also a great place to hang out and connect with folks who you may want to play games with. Now, I said the theme of today was insanity. Third thing, I feel like I'm going insane, okay? My thoughts on the God of War Sons of Sparta game are quickly souring. You know, I put an hour or so of gameplay on the channel, and I thought people were being too quick to dismiss it. It's like, well, we've barely gotten into the game. I was like, I think it seems okay. I think it seems fine. I now have over 6 hours in the game, and I think it's probably one of the worst Metroidvanias that I have ever played. I want to look at the developer. I want to look at sort of like, what is their history? What's their pedigree? Why were they chosen to make this game? And I've got a handful of clips. I'm starting to work on a video, and I want to show you some of the clips from the game showing you why this is just not a good Metroidvania. And I know David Jaffe, his clips of him are making the rounds. He did an excellent job in a follow-up video where he goes through all sorts of issues with visual clutter during combat, difficulty distinguishing between foreground and background. That was something I kept talking about, inconsistency in mechanics and just how the game feels and flows. He didn't even get into any of the things that I'm going to go over with some of my clips. So I'm going to give you my first impressions, but the reason I feel like I'm going insane is it has a good score on the PlayStation Store from the users. Now, the score is slowly going down, but it's way stronger than I expected because it just gets worse the more you go. There's certain enemies and certain enemy designs I think are just absolutely grating. And here's the thing I'm going to say before we even get to that part of the video and part of the talk show. Plenty of people were responding to my tweets about this and telling me that I just had to get good and it was a skill issue. I played last night and cleared an entire area, and I was heading back to like a save point because I was almost out of health, and I was like 2 rooms away from the save point and I died, and I was like, well, no big deal. It's going to put me back at the save point. I actually didn't even consider the fact that in absence of fast travel, that would have been a faster way to get back to the save point anyway, so it was like, oh, thanks for killing me. But I wasn't dying. I wasn't struggling. I cleared the area. I had fought a handful of like mini bosses in areas where there was lots of enemies and little like on-the-fly challenges. It just doesn't feel good. I cannot get into a flow state with the game. I've played 9 Souls. I've played Shinobi Art of Vengeance. These are games that have either challenging platforming or challenging fights, and I did all the things in those games. I even put up the clips of me going through the particularly hard areas in Shinobi with like the crazy platforming where you have to do all these things chained together. The boss fights in 9 Souls were essentially like Sekiro bosses, where everything was very timing and rhythmic, and you had to be very, very quick and very, very responsive and memorizing telegraphs. And I've also played games like Ori 1 and 2, the first Hollow Knight, Sundered. More recently, I played Mio, Memories in Orbit, and the Crypt Custodian. In every single one of these games, even in the most mundane fights, I can get into a flow state. And I can't get there with God of War Sons of Sparta. So, I'm putting a challenge out there. I would like to see your best fights, because when I asked for this on Twitter, nobody would give it to me. I even asked the one guy going back and forth with me. He's like, yeah, I can't be bothered with all that. And it's like, I don't know about you, but when I'm kind of smoking a game like Prince of Persia, another wonderful Metroidvania with incredible depth in the combat system, and guess what people were constantly doing? They were constantly uploading clips of themselves really throwing down and really, tearing it up, entering a flow state, going from this move to that move to all these different combat options and all these different things that you had available to you in that game. I have yet to see anybody upload footage of them in a more challenging fight, a boss fight, maybe an arena fight with a bunch of enemies. I'm not seeing anybody uploading impressive gameplay, and I think there's a reason for that. This is very much a brute force Metroidvania where you're face tanking a lot, you're taking lots of damage. It's utter chaos. You'll see in my footage later. I want to get that out of the way. Everybody's so quick to say, oh, it's a skill issue. It's like, I love these types of games. I mean, love them. I said Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown was kind of robbed the year that it came out. I said this is one of the best Metroidvanias I think I've played since Ori 1 and 2 and the first Hollow Knight. More recently with Mio, Memories in Orbit, and Crypt Custodian. I said I think Crypt Custodian's one of the best I've played in recent memory. But then there's also lesser knowns that you might not have played, like Sundered and others that I think are demanding, but they're also impressive. They're fluid. They're fun. And I'm not dying. I'm not failing. I'm not having a good time. It doesn't feel good. And I'm confused, which is why I said I feel a little insane. Why is everybody rating this thing so high? Not sure if we have a little bit of PlayStation fandom at play. PlayStation Defense Force maybe going on here. Everybody's very mad at David Jaffe. And I'm like, I feel like he's right on a lot of things. Like, I watched his video, and I'll watch his video maybe on mute because I try to keep it safe for work, and Jaffe's not safe for work, but I'll watch his video on mute with you guys and show you some of the things that he points out as well from a game design perspective that just shows this is a very amateur Metroidvania. I'm going off on a bit of a tangent to open this because the more I react to this game, the more I talk about it, the more tiring it is to hear from people who seemingly are just defending it like, as soon as they get an opportunity to, and it doesn't seem like it's based off of like actual defense of the game. They're not talking about like, well, here's the mechanics and here's why they're so good and here's a clip of me doing a really awesome job. They're like, oh, you just need to get better and you just need to practice. You just need to get further. And I'm like, I've never played a Metroidvania and in the first hour or two failed to hit a flow state. That thing where you're finessing even the smallest of fights. Like, you know where to go, you know where to move. You're just sort of bobbing and weaving throughout the combat and the platforming. That's not happening for me in this game, which is very bizarre for me, as this is one of my most favorite genres. And I think Jaffe did a good job showing the new Castlevania game in the trailer. And he's like, look at the art style, look at the fluidity, look at the animations. It's just worlds better, and we've only got a trailer. And I have to agree with him, which is why we're going to look at the developer and really question what in the world's going on. Now, if you're watching this later, be sure to hit like, share, and subscribe. Be sure to hit the like button, especially if you're here right now. We're a little light on the morning. It could be because of the holiday, so make sure you guys hit that like button. That does help us out immensely. We had a really, really strong weekend. I don't know if you guys saw, but we hit the goal. So I did play some Highguard, and Madam played some Highguard. If you guys missed that, it was hysterical. We had a really good time. The clips are funny. The games are funny. And the very last game, I was like the best player in the server. And I was like, I still don't get why anybody would want to come back to this game over time. So, on the subject of Highguard, to kind of start things off this morning, I do have a video coming, I think later today. I'm not sure. Hopefully, my editor can get it done. I sent it to him last night. I was like, there's no way we're running this tonight. So we ran the PlayStation 6 piece last night. If you guys missed that one, it's a quick 4-minute one talking about how it sounds like it's going to be more expensive. There's new news hitting about the PlayStation 6. I haven't had time to vet it, research it. We'll probably talk about that tomorrow. But it's honestly, I think, getting worse for Highguard. Right? It's a holiday. I think it is a holiday. Isn't it a holiday? I'm a little out of sorts this morning. I'm responding to chat. Yeah, it's President's Day. So I don't know. We might be missing some of our worker lurkers today who are getting a nice long weekend. Not sure. But on the subject of Highguard, okay, the video I have coming later today is going to be about why they're going to fail again. Anybody associated with the project, anybody associated with the Defense Force, anybody who gave feedback on this game, you're all destined for more failure because you just keep blaming everybody but yourselves. And it gets even worse, okay? So I, in the video, only react to some of the quotes pulled out of that lengthy post that I'm sure you've seen. It made the rounds. Everybody read it. Everybody reacted to it. Asmongold read through the whole thing. Many other people, read through the whole thing. And again, I'm not interested in showing the individual's name or their Twitter account. They shut their Twitter account down because they basically were really, really failing to do any self-reflection Any amount of ownership is just absent. And you'll see that later in my video. I went and got quotes from the CEO and everything. I'm like, this has just been a blatant example of zero self-reflection, zero accountability, zero ownership. But this was something that I thought would be good to start the day with. And so this is the individual that wrote the really lengthy post. He says, "Hi, I grew this red apple in my yard. Would you like it for free? If you like it, I accept tips, but no pressure." And this person responds, says, "I only like green apples. Also, there's a weird bump on it. I'm going to make sure all my friends review bomb your Yelp page over this." It's like, wow, that's pretty mean. Glad I have friends who appreciate my efforts to support me. And then toxic positivity is ruining the farming industry. I don't know if I could have instructed AI to write something dumber than this. Like, I don't know if even AI could achieve this level of idiocy. There's so much wrong here. First and foremost, your apple didn't have a bump on it. It had ground level problems, clearly rushed to market, clearly not ripe for the picking, if we're going to stick to this analogy. You had a game name that was a synonym to Overwatch. Like, you couldn't even be original in naming your game. Highguard, the word high is a synonym for the word over, high, and then watch, guard. It's literally a synonym to an already popular game that seemingly is having a bit of a comeback for dropping the number 2 from their name. Anyways, that's another story. But it wasn't just a bump, okay? Your game wasn't ready, wasn't original, and it wasn't the fact that, like, oh, somebody says, I only like green apples. It was, you came to the market and said, this is a new breed of red apple. Fans of apples are going to love this. You didn't just say, hey, I got this red apple. You guys want to try this for free? It was, we've made a new breed of red apple, and fans of apples are really going to love this. And when fans of apples said, it looks like crap, it looks like something that we don't want, and then the few people who actually played it at launch ran into problems, ran into glitches, weird things with mouse acceleration for those who were unfortunate enough to play on PC. And these something like close to 100,000 concurrent players who tried your Apple on Steam, they spit it out. And they said, it doesn't taste good. And you can claim that that was some sort of, in this case, I'm going to make all sure, my friends review bomb your Yelp page over this. Let me make something perfectly clear, because I'm a little bit more, nice and diplomatic in my upload. But this kind of stuff is so irritating, okay? Nobody review bombed your game. Nobody. Now, there could be a handful of people that went, downloaded the game with the full intention of playing for a few minutes so they could review bomb it. But by and large, the reviews that I read through on Steam, whether they were from 1 hour to 6 hours, whatever it was, and they were negative, they were not review bombing. They weren't saying woke or DEI or any other thoughtless review bombs that we've seen on particular games who upset a particular crowd. It wasn't that at all. It was consumer response. Something I'm going to talk about in my video later today is confusing symptoms with causes. Thinking that the symptom of rejection is the cause of, like, well, you guys caused everybody else to reject our game because you were telling everybody that it was going to be bad. And the fact that the reply here in this hypothetical here, where he's walking through the way people kind of responded to the game, is to me just more brazen, this sense of like entitlement, or this sense of like, well, we know better, or well, at least I've got people who appreciate my efforts and support me. Believe you me, the veil has been ripped off. Okay, the veil has been completely ripped off. The way that this situation was handled is 100% a symptom of Axis journalism, and that's going to be a lengthy section in my video about this that is coming later. Put a whole, lot of work into the script and just thinking through what in the world is going on, how we're kind of blurring the line between events that basically form and they posture and they sort of take on the demeanor of a press event, but then nobody wants to act like a press. If you're the gaming press, if you're taking on the mantra or the motto or the mentality of gaming press, your duty is to the public. Your duty is not to developers. Your duty is to the consumer. Your duty is not to publishers, developers, or anybody else, or studios. You're not supposed to be running Defense Force. You're not supposed to be standing in the way of devs and community managers or publishers. And when you fail to do your duty to the public and the consumer, people are going to start to notice that. And I think this is a great, great test case for exactly something that we have smelled for a while. Like, something stinks in the gaming industry. And Highguard, I think, is a really, really big veil pull. Like, oh, wow, there are people who are more concerned with maintaining their access and defending a studio and defending a bad game or defending a publisher. They're more interested in that than they are in talking to the public straight-faced and honest about a situation, or straight-faced and honest about a game. Now, I'm not talking about anybody who played it and said they had a good time. We had people here. We have a member of this community who got a platinum. They got the platinum in Highguard, which eventually you're not going to be able to do that because it's probably going to be dead very soon. But I know there are people who played it and had a good time. It's the people who went on the defense and wanted to call anybody who is being critical of this game toxic or hateful, or calling for like empathy and giving every game a shot and cheering for every game. That is absolutely not the duty of public personas, pundits, bloggers, journalists, whatever you want to call the people who are trying to stand in front of this game in this studio. You made a bad game. The really, really volatile ecosystem and economy of gaming rejected your game. Nobody went out of their way to tear your game down, and you just would have had a shot if people wouldn't have done that. That is not what happened. That's another section of the video, the toxic positivity and the toxic empathy. So I played it over the weekend. If you guys want to go watch me play. At first, I'm like, I'm goofing around. I'm not taking it very seriously, right? I still think the shooting feels a bit strange. Near the end, I got like the most kills on my team and like led my team, I think, in all the stats that matter, I think. I don't know. But, you know, I had like 9 kills or whatever. That was like the most in the server. It's not a high kill count kind of a game. And even then, I felt like the shooting felt a little awkward. The game flow is arguably terrible. If you have a really quick game, like the final game of the night is fairly quick. We kind of dominate. We kind of do what needs to be done, and we end up winning. There was a game prior to that where I was playing, you know, some Highguard gameplay, and we successfully did something. We defended or something, and I said to my wife, I was like, oh, man, we did it, and now we get to play more. And she was like, what? Even she, as like a non-gamer, was like, how is it not over yet? The fact that you can go from like, and they said this, I remember in the trailer, you know, a game could last 8 minutes or like 30-something minutes. And I was like, that's a really, really broad experience potential. Like, yeah, you smoke those guys in 8 minutes, great. Or a game just goes on and on and on. The one game was going so long, my wife was playing, and I was like, you know, I want you to win, but I kind of just want it to be over. Like, I'd be okay if you lost, because then the match would be over. Just put me out of my misery kind of a feeling. And so I genuinely think they are victims of a massive, massive, just insulated echo chamber bubble where they were only listening to people who were like, you guys are awesome and we want your game to succeed. And that's great. I think everybody needs a cheerleader in their corner to a certain degree in this industry, because, you know, you got to have thick skin, you got to have support, you got to have people who have your back. But you also have people, you have to have people who are going to tell you with a straight face that what you're making stinks or isn't going to do well. And when I play through the game, it's like I'm playing 3 different games. It's like, well, I'm starting out playing a game where I'm looking for loot and I'm kind of gearing up, and then we're all fighting over a sword. The fight over the sword, I honestly think, is the most fun. Now, there are people who have been playing the game a lot who would disagree with me. They think like attacking a base or defending a base is more fun, but I think fighting over the sword's more fun. There's a bit of a back and forth. It's a bit of a shootout. You know, you're trying to like get some kills, get some reses. You know, you're trying to do that map control thing. If you've ever played a game like that where you can like prevent somebody from getting a res, or you're trying to get a res, there's a bit of back and forth there that I thought was kind of fun. But then when it becomes time to attack a base or defend a base, I just did not enjoy that part at all. It felt very, very meat grindery, very, very frustrating. If you're attacking, you know, people are tucked into corners, just kind of waiting for you. You know, if you're defending, it can just get into, you know, pretty much a turkey shoot where if they get control, you're kind of running out and just getting shot. It just didn't really feel that great. And again, it felt like I was playing 4 games in one. So by and large, I just did not at all think there was anything within the game that had staying power. I was like, yeah, we had fun and we laughed, but I cannot imagine coming back to that game a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later. There was nothing about it that was special or inviting or even quote-unquote addicting. Now, I know people would disagree, the people that actually were continuing to play, but I think the vast majority of the market has largely just decided, you know what, this isn't going to work. This is a failed game from the beginning. So those are my thoughts on that. We've got other things to talk about. Ashes of Creation. I'll give you my thoughts on God of War Sons of Sparta. I got a bunch of clips I want to show you. I do have some people that I need to thank. Let me get my my members thing up here. There we go. And again, you guys went absolutely bonkers on Saturday, and you did secure all of the extra goals. And we got Light Leap coming in with a VIP. And then we got Hotshot coming in with 34 months. Long time with this old man. That's 34 months. That's a lot of months. And thank you so much for the super chat from Broken Earth. A $10 super chat. It says, we built this awesome game and we'd love for you to try it. Gamers try it, don't like it, and proceed to tell you they don't like it, and you're ganging up on a super surprised Pikachu face. Right, like, why are you ganging up on us? Why are you being so mean? And it's like, since when is honest criticism being mean? Like, you know what it is? It's just this default expectation where they expected everybody to love it as much as their friends and their family. It's like, if I made a meal and I was letting, like, people around me try it, and they're like, this is great, this is like your best, and then I took it out to the public and I'm like selling it on a street corner, and they're like, this tastes like crap and it stinks and it doesn't even look that appetizing when you put it on the plate. And I'd be like, I can't believe you guys are being so mean. Well, the reason I would feel that way, and the reason I would be almost kind of shocked if that was the response, is because if I had spent months and years crafting the recipe and putting it in front of people who just kept telling me that it was amazing, I would feel a sense of injustice. I would feel like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, I put all this hard work and passion into this, and everybody told me it was really, really good, and now you're saying the opposite. Clearly something must be going on, as opposed to just like organic, honest feedback. So that's essentially what happened, is that they got so insulated that the negativity to them was just an injustice. It was just unfair, and it was mean and toxic, and it was just like, people were like, yeah, that's just a world we live in, man. It's just fun to hate on something. It's like, what the frick are you guys talking about? There are explosive little indies popping up all over the place. There's games like Helldivers 2 and Arc Raiders that go viral and everybody celebrates and loves and has a good time. There are plenty of games that are coming out that the public goes crazy over. It's not like, well, it's just convenient and fun to hate on something. It's like, no, this is what people thought of your product. It was honest, organic feedback. Were there people that were just like enjoying downvoting and being mean? Sure. But like, I honestly don't think they're the majority. Giza with 45 months over there on purple. Thank you so much, Giza, for cracking off and getting us to 3 to start the week. But my mom says I'm handsome. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. 100 likes on the stream already, guys. Thanks so much. Highguard went below 800 players. They need very small overheads to keep the studio running. Yeah, why on earth are you out here saying you don't need super large player bases, you know, in the face of all the criticism? I just, you know, instead of coming out and saying, you know what, the public isn't responding positively to our game, and that's on us. Wheezy says, on a side note, Lono Replace is going to be a banger. I mean, dude, I played that that demo. Man, I went to Twitter and I was like, yo, this is so much more than I expected. It is really, really good. I didn't get a chance. Oh, wait, I'll send it out now. I was going to say, I didn't get a chance to send out a tweet about the stream. I will do that now. The old X was down. It was not doing all that well. And don't you guys worry. We'll get to the God of War Sons of Sparta stuff, because Jaffe's right. Y'all are jumping all over, Jaffe, and trying to make it about like, he's old and bitter and grumpy and he's not good at video games. Yeah, y'all sound like you're not really engaging with what he said in your coping, because if you watch his lengthier video, which we will look at, and I'm going to look at it with the sound off because he cusses a lot, but he actually makes some really, really good arguments, and I have clips of my own to show you, so don't worry, we will get to that. $5 super chat tip from Jay. When you're unable to take criticism, you fail to grow as a person. Crazy that this is the most prevalent in the games industry. The Reanimal demo is amazing. Well, yeah, I haven't got a chance to play it yet with Madam. I'm very frustrated about this. Give me a second to rant about something, okay? Quit putting 2-player on your game if it's not genuine 2-player, okay? God of War Sons of Sparta did it, and it's not genuine 2-player. You have to beat the whole game before you get to play 2-player. Absolutely stupid. And then, BlazBlue Entropy Effect X says that it's 2-player. It's not 2-player. There's like a boss rush mode and some other training mode that you can play with another player. That's not 2-player. It isn't. BlazBlue Entropy Effect, by the way, is really dope. I mean, a fighting team, Arc Systems, making sort of like a 2D platformer rogue. BlazBlue Entropy Effect X feels so good that even Madam was enjoying it. I had her playing through like the tutorial because I thought, oh, I think we have to unlock co-op. And then she played again because I was like, well, I think it said, I found somebody saying we have to play like so many times or something. Then I found out that it's not actually 2-player. And I was really, really frustrated because we stayed up for like an hour later than we were probably going to. Well, we would have played Pal World trying to unlock it. And I was like, this isn't 2-player. When you add a little stupid mode or like a little, they did the same thing with Granblue Fantasy Relink. Now, thankfully, I didn't get Granblue Fantasy Relink for 2-player. I got it to show to you guys and to play it and to demo it. But I remember somebody telling me, oh no, Granblue Fantasy Relink, you can play co-op. No, you can't. You can do like missions co-op. You can't play the main game co-op. It's so annoying when games hijack terms like co-op and 2-player, and it's not freaking genuine. I was very, very frustrated. I still plan on playing BlazBlue Entropy Effect X. I think it handles well. It looks well. There's so many characters. It is really, really solid. Like, going from God of War Sons of Sparta to that game is like going from a straight jacket to a trampoline. It's like you just immediately feel like you've got the freedom to move and do awesome stuff. What I said in Discord, it's so weird. Like, it's so effing 2-player, but with a caveat. It's also, it isn't false marketing, but it feels annoying. Right, exactly. Like, it didn't feel like false advertising either with BlazBlue Entropy Effect. I was interested in it regardless, but when I saw 2-player, I was like, oh my gosh, that could be so fun to play with Madam. And she was playing, man. She was throwing down. She had a cool character with guns, and she's like zip, 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 like zipping around the screen and stuff. And I was like, oh, this is going to be so fun to play with you. And it's not genuine 2-player. Like, quit doing that. It's annoying. And rant over. You can do way more content in Granblue co-op than you can single player. Yeah, but you can't play through the game together, brother. When I see co-op, I want to play the game together. That's what I want. If you're not going to give me that, then you specify that somewhere. Be like, optional 2-player missions or, extra 2-player mode or something. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to search. I'm like, oh, it's not co-op. Like, I'm going to be actually at some level, enjoying it. Chilono, stop playing. Chilono, stop playing what? What are you telling me to stop playing? When I see co-op, I think it means co-op. If there's specific modes, tell me. Yeah, like if it's 2-player, I'm going to play 2-player. It looks like you can still do full runs. How? I swear, how do you do it? Yeah, that's stage start Night City. 31 minutes. How are they doing this? That's 5 months old, Paul. Can you please figure it out? I was genuinely frustrated. Like, Madam was cooking with her character. These are literally this is so funny. This is so funny, Paul. This is literally the characters we were playing as. That's the second character I was playing as with the big sword. He's a little bit slower. I didn't like him as much as the other guy that I had, the guy with the red sword. And she was that chick with the 2 guns. Look at her just whipping around and jumping and shooting, and it's freaking awesome. This is literally who we were playing as. Oh my gosh. How are they doing this? Can you please figure it out for me? Somebody help Old Man Lono here. I literally went to Reddit. I went to forums. I was like, how the frick do you play this dadgum game co-op? And they were like, you have to do the main objective, and then you can do trials and boss rush. And I'm like, that's not what I wanted to do. What in the world? Anyway. Lono, I love your show daily, but only Jaffe would go on a rant about a $30 spin-off on the same day they announced they're remaking the games. When you scream into the ether, people stop listening. Hang on, 50-plus gamer. Jaffe has put out a longer video criticizing elements of that game, and he is spot on. Y'all are going to think I'm crazy. Jaffe is right. Jaffe's right. It's not a very good game. It isn't. we're gonna jump off Highguard. We'll come back to Highguard. Don't you worry, Highguard. I'm not done with you. All right, look at this. Let's just look at the team that they handed the IP of God of War. Okay, like when you look at that gameplay of the Castlevania game, you want to know why it instantly looks good and it instantly looks amazing? Because of the pedigree of the people working on it. That's why it instantly looks good and it instantly looks amazing. Okay, yeah, it's not a spin-off, by the way. It's canon, all right? No shade to Mega Cat Studios. I have nothing against this studio, but I don't see anything here in their games, all their games that they've made. Do you see anything here? Backyard baseball, backyard soccer? Why were they chosen to build this game, y'all? Seriously. Y'all are so quick to get mad at Jaffe and have a go at Jaffe on Reddit and Twitter. But I'm here to tell you, why would you hand the IP of God of War to this? I'm not bashing this studio. The pedigree isn't here, boys. It isn't. That's why I said, I was like, this is like one of the most amateur Metroidvanias that I've ever played. Like, the Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown is probably one of the best. I think the use of abilities and navigating the map, I think the fights, I think the depth in the combat is nuts in Prince of Persia and Lost Crown. One of the best I've played. I also think Ori 1 and 2, the first Hollow Knight, Sundered, are excellent Metroidvanias. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is a little bit more action than Metroidvania because it's not one map, but Shinobi Art of Vengeance is definitely Metroidvania. You go back to areas with new abilities and stuff. The platforming in that game gets absolutely insane. I've done every square inch of Shinobi Art of Vengeance. These are all excellent games. That's the pedigree that I'm expecting when you take God of War and you're like, oh, we made a 2D Metroidvania. I'm like, well, you better bring the heat because I played some of the best. And this is the studio you chose? Mega Cat Studios? They made Backyard Baseball. Like, what? The pedigree's not there, y'all. It's not. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. Listen, I know people are giving it good scores. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe I'm suddenly crossed over into 2026 and I'm joining old man Jaffe and being grumpy or something. I don't know. I'll show you footage in a bit about why I think it's a bad Metroidvania. There are all these things in it that are just bad. They're bad design decisions that don't make sense. Jaffe has his own points that we'll look at as well. I saw his video. He makes good points. I agree. I'm not here to say he's wrong, but there are thousands who are still enjoying it, and bro's always whining about something. But people do the same thing to him that they do to me. I feel like everybody wants to do this like quick summary of an entire person, and I think Jaffe is Jaffe. He's just him, and that's why I've always liked him. He's just him. He doesn't frickin' try to be anybody else, and I respect it. And I got news for you. I do not see a studio with the pedigree worthy of handing God of War. I don't. I absolutely don't. Detective C says, I've not had time to look this morning on LinkedIn to verify, but I believe one of the studio heads was at SSM and worked on the new God of War games prior to leaving. Right, but Seeds, that could be helpful with lore, story cohesion, making sure they're not messing up any of the canon. What I'm talking about is, when we saw the Castlevania trailer, okay, when we saw the Castlevania trailer for the brand new game, everyone was like, that looks sick. And the pedigree of the people working on it have worked on like Dead Cells. So it's like, oh yeah, these guys know what they're doing. Mega Cat Studios, again, I'm not throwing shade at the studio. Here are their games. I don't see games here that demonstrate to me the pedigree of a studio that you would want to handle God of War. We're not talking about like a spin-off with one character, like, oh yeah, you can go over here and play as, Angraboda or something. Like, this is quite literally canon prequel Kratos. I'm not even going to get into the voice acting. I think the voice acting is really not great. Neither is the writing. It doesn't really, I don't think it's a very high quality game in that regard either. Hang on, what did you say, Nick? I'm not even mad at Jaffe. He has the right to think what he thinks. I have a problem with the frauds who weaponize his takes only when convenient. When he glazed Yote, they were all quiet. Yeah, Nick, of course. The guys who don't like PlayStation are going to be like, yeah, the God of War creator hates the new game. Listen, they call me a pony all day long, and I'm sitting here saying as a massive Metroidvania fan, this is not a good Metroidvania. It just isn't. I agree. I just think that it's how that studio was tapped to make it and probably the only reason. Wait. Hang on, Seeds. So is your theory that somebody from Santa Monica landed at Megacat and that's why they tapped Megacat to make the game? They felt like that connection would be sort of like the inroad or whatever, or to make sure like that the lore was protected? Hang on. The BlazBlue video is showing the OG mobile game. Tons of devs are starting to take mobile games and redo for single player focus without all the collab stuff. Yeah, but why couldn't I play it? Why couldn't I play it co-op on a PlayStation 5 if you can play co-op on a dadgum mobile? What do you mean? That the game that I just showed you, homie, Q-Blue in the Twitch chat, the game that I just showed you, that's the same game my wife and I played the other night. It's installed on my PlayStation 5 right now. Why can I not play a co-op? Somebody's got to figure out how to do it. God of War Sons of Sparta has a 7.1. I don't care about the Metacritic user score. That's all. Those are all clear. That's clear review bombing. That's so obviously review bombing. That's people doing console warring and being stupid. If you go to the actual PlayStation store, this is exactly why I said I feel like I'm literally the crazy one. Am I the old man crazy guy who's out of touch now? Am I losing it? Now, this score consistently has been going down. Just last night, it was a 4.72, okay? That is still an incredibly strong score after 5,000 ratings. People are liking it. Now, are they like me? And they're giving it a review score after only playing for an hour or two? Because I thought for the first hour or two it was totally fine. I was like, yeah, this is fine. This is fun. I said, there's a lot of depth here. I looked at the inventory system and the gear system, and I was like, yeah, this could be really, really good. And then I got to hour 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I was like, this is actually not a very good game at all. I respect all opinions, but Jaffe all comes out to be. You talk daily about gaming and are positive as well. Sometimes a game doesn't vibe. We only hear from Jaffe when he thinks something sucks. Do you think that's a fair representation of the man's content? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be, hey, it's time for the David Jaffe Defense Hour. But, like, if I go to his channel and you're saying all he does is talk about when things are bad, okay, I'm going to look here at his videos here, because I know he said Yote was really, really good. All right. So obviously, yep, he's steaming mad about the God of War game, and he says Ghost of Yote is crap at the start. He's playing the YouTube game. That's totally fine. He had nothing but good things to say about Yote after the start. Jaffe asks, is Wizardrum puzzle broken? Okay, he's trying to solve a puzzle there. Were they screwed? Bethesda, please do this. IGN attacks me. Okay. Scariest game ever made, Arc Raiders. That seems like it's probably a positive game about Arc Raiders. Maybe not. I don't know. Keep politics out of games. The PS5's real God of Warfare. Was Sony wrong? Here he is hanging out with the wonderful Gene Park. Thank you, Santa Monica. Silent Hill F is a flawed masterpiece. Okay, so he's calling that a masterpiece and saying that it's flawed. PlayStation State of Play. Okay, he's given that. Okay, Kronos, I can't kill the first monster. Kronos the New Dawn, the first monster. It's actually kind of hard. I don't know. There's clearly a theme there of, like, you know, Jaffe being angry about stuff. If that's kind of his, you know, take in his tone, so be it. Hang on, I've got some people to thank. Nitro Fusion with 21 months on YouTube. Let me add it to the total. And thank you so much for renewing your. Sons of Sparta will be on PS Plus in 6 months. It looks like it's doing well, though. It has 5,000 reviews already. That usually translates to, like, it's actually selling pretty well for, you know, for like a $30 game. There's no law that says you can't like mediocre games. I like mediocre games, too. It doesn't stop them from being mediocre. That's exactly right. Are you going to get Jaffe on the show? If I can get... I don't know if I'm going to be able to roll credits on the game. Do we know how long the game is yet? Has anybody indicated about how long it takes to beat it? I'm not dying and I'm not failing. I'm having a terrible time. I literally last night I cleared an entire section of a map and I got through where I needed to get and I got some new ability and unlocked this thing and I got back to my save point and I was like, this just isn't fun. It just feels terrible to be in this game. To move around, to jump, to fight, it just feels awful. It really, really does. I've got clips I need to start showing you guys. We're kind of on the subject. We might as well just lean in and be organic about this, okay? Jaffe talks about a lot of games that he likes on his podcast, but the only time you really see clips of him is when he rants about the stuff that he hates. I would just be really cautious of falling prey to the thing that we know people do to every single content creator. This is not unique to me. I'm not acting like I'm special. Everybody gets clipped and painted in a certain light. It happens to everybody. Just don't fall victim to that. In the times that I've interacted with Jaffe and the times I've actually watched the actual lengthy segments of him or, his show, I'm like, dude, I don't think this guy's just out here willfully making up hate just to be angry. Especially because he takes the time. We'll watch that video as well. He takes the time to go through God of War Sons of Sparta and he shows a handful of things that I was already talking about. You can't distinguish between foreground and background sometimes. I literally got stuck under a ledge in the middle of a fight and I couldn't tell what was going on because they don't do a good job with basic, visual cues and clues about, where you are and where the foreground and the background is. And people are like, oh, it's a skill issue. It's a skill issue. It's like, no, it's a game that I think kind of lacks that polish. It lacks that pedigree. 15 to 20 hours from what I'm seeing. Okay, I'm about 6 or 7 hours in. I found the God of War game boring. Yeah, let me say this as well. I love God of War 2018. Love it. I've played through it twice. I loved Ragnarok. I loved God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. Absolutely love it. I see zero connection between the Kratos in Sons of Sparta and that Kratos. None. And dude, I love a good character arc. I love a good flashback that contextualizes someone's pain, anger, remorse, depression, anxiety, whatever it is, whatever their current emotional trend state is. I love to see a really, really good backstory. I absolutely love it. It's one of the reasons that I fell in love with the show Lost, right? We were always getting those really amazing backstories, and you're like, oh, Jin is actually not this terrible guy. He's been dealt a really rough hand. He did all this for love, and it ended up corrupting him. Everybody's very nuanced. Everybody's very complex, right? It's brilliant, right? I absolutely feel zero. I mean, zero. It doesn't feel like him at all. The way he interacts with his brother, the way he interacts with other people, it feels extremely superficial. It feels extremely shallow. I'm not picking up on any of the what was that sound? I was like, oh, I get why he's talking like this. I get why he's acting like this. That's a reference to something that I'm familiar with from God of War 2018. That's a reference that I'm familiar with from something from God of War Ragnarok. I haven't touched a single point in the 6 hours that I've played that feels like a touchstone or a tether point to God of War 2018 or God of War Ragnarok. It absolutely feels completely disconnected. You also said you never play any of the first games. You joined the series pretty late, just saying. Okay, so hang on a minute. Could you argue that this very tepid, very non-interesting young man in God of War Sons of Sparta, where are the touchstones then for God of War 1 through 3? The Kratos that shows up in 2018 in Ragnarok is building on that story arc of that one. And I feel like the clips I've seen from that era of time, he was more angry, more violent, more terrible. There's nothing in this that communicates that. Now, maybe near the end, I saw somebody say that they felt like God of War Sons of Sparta started out weak, got a little bit better, and it finished really strong. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is a slow burn, but did you ever play Ghost of Sparta? No. I'll admit I haven't played the older ones, but I've seen clips and cutscenes. I don't feel like anything in this game touches on it other than oh, you're connecting to the different characters that were there. People are saying they really appreciate that Deimos is there and they're like, oh, it's so cool to see him or whatever. You're comparing two games that are far removed from the first three. I would absolutely love to see somebody make an argument then, go through the story in this, go through the voice acting and the writing, and tell me that they're doing a good job with the character that shows up in God of War 1 through 3. I don't know, man. The writing feels really shallow. The voice acting, the only good voice actor in the game is the original guy, and he shows up every once in a while. What's his name? TD, I forget his last name. He's the best voice actor, and he's in it very, very infrequently. Very infrequently. Let me show you guys. Let me see if I can get these videos up. I'm not quite sure how this works with Discord. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is a good one. This is a good one to display. One of my issues with this game is contact damage. Okay? Now, I have a couple of clips to show for contact damage. I'm just whetting your appetite for the full video that I'm going to do, by the way. All right? I'm just whetting your appetite. Okay? Now, people are going to be very quick to say this is nitpicky. But what this is, T.C. Carson, thank you. T.C. Carson is like the best voice actor in the game. His story arc is a wide-eyed young man who became more angry and jaded by the end and through Greece, and then becomes self-reflective and repentant in Norse. I think it's pretty bad. Okay, so I have a severe problem with contact damage, because what I feel contact damage does is it creates death by 1,000 paper cuts. And what I mean is, I'm not dying and failing. In the basic areas, in the basic fights, that's not happening, okay? I'm not. But what's happening is, I'm constantly getting chipped at and chiseled at, and it completely throws off everything. So my issue with contact damage is multifaceted. So if anybody takes this and they just clip this one little part and they're like, look at him nitpicking, I have like a mountain of criticism about the contact damage, and this is just the very, very first part. So again, if anybody just takes this little tiny slice here, like they're doing with Jaffe, there's way more to this. But I just want you to watch what happens here, okay? So I run up here, and he runs past me, and he misses me. I turn around to fight him, and I bounce off of him because contact damage. All right, let's watch it again. I run up to this spot, stay low, he jumps, I turn around to fight him. Boom, boom. That's happening constantly in the game. You're constantly bouncing off of enemies because you get like a teeny bit too close to them. I didn't do anything wrong in that exchange. His attack misses. He goes over the top of me. I turn around to fight him, and I bump into him, and I bounce off, and I've now taken contact damage. Now, I obviously kill him, and so it's that gray type of damage that slowly fills back up, right? Because I just bumped into him. That is one piece of contact damage that I felt like, okay, that's not as bad as other games, where if I bump into an enemy, as long as the rest of the fight goes well, I'll get that health back. It doesn't count as an actual like attack, like when they swing an axe or a sword. That right there is like a microscopic view into why this game is so frustrating and unfun to be in. It's not that it's hard. It's not that I'm dying. It's like, that is super irritating. Like, I just turned around. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I got too close to you, little crab. I bumped into you, and I now have taken, chip damage. The reason that's also especially frustrating is there are instances where that will happen. Here, I've got to type in the Discord chat. It keeps scrolling the text up. That'll happen in an actual tough fight. And what it leads to is a huge stun lock. Like, you bounce off the enemy, and now you can't block, now you can't dodge, and you get caught in a flurry of their attacks. Why? Because you got a little too close to their toe. It's so stupid, all right? It's stupid. It's bad design, in my opinion. Oh, here's another wonderful display of why contact damage is so frustrating, all right? Now, we're going to combine some things here. We're going to combine some criticisms, right? Lono, you don't have to like it when everyone else does, right? I don't care if everybody else likes it. I'm making a case for why I don't like it. If you don't like my opinion or what I'm talking about, you can leave. I'm not going to justify my content to you. Talk about what I'm saying. Talking about my content while I'm doing it is an enormous pet peeve of mine. Take a walk if that's what you're going to do. All right, so forward momentum combined with contact damage is the next problem. So I just demonstrated with a very, very quick clip of like, this is constantly happening. It's extremely frustrating. It's like you make a slight wrong step in one direction or another and you bump into the enemy's toe and you take contact damage. It stuns you. It bumps you back. Now, you combine contact damage with forward momentum attacks and it creates a wonderfully stupid content loop where you're constantly having to stop your combo. You know? So touchy? No, I'm not touchy. I don't want to hear from you about that. Engage in the conversation or stay quiet. Like, people are like, well, you don't have to do this and you don't have to make your content about this. Engage with the conversation. I don't need commentary on the content. It's a flat tire. Like, you're not engaging in the conversation. You know what I mean? It's pointless. So when you take forward momentum and you combine it with contact damage, what you end up with is a terrible flat tire where you have to stop your combo because you're going to bump into the enemy that you're attacking. Here is a bird. He flies down. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I took contact damage at the end. Why? I got too close and he got up. He doesn't do an attack there. He does not do an attack. He merely gets up. Forward momentum. See how my character is inching forward? Boom, 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 boom. And then I get contact damage for finishing my combo on a bird because I bumped his wing. Do you understand? This creates a constant sense of apprehension. It breaks game flow. Instead of me just finishing the attack combo and killing the bird, what I should have done is I should have stopped the combo and backed up because I was going to bump into him. It's horrible game design. Why would you do this? This is why I brought up the developer. I don't think they have the pedigree to understand why this is so stupid. Because if you watch his feet, I'm going to slow it down so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Watch his feet when he's attacking. He's there, he inches forward, and then here comes the big finisher. Boom, nope, contact damage. Because I got too close and he was getting up. He wasn't attacking, he was merely getting up from his position. He slams the ground, then he gets up after so many seconds. So instead of just finishing him and killing him, you're basically supposed to stop the combo because, well, you're getting too close to the enemy. What the frick? I'm a Spartan. I've got a spear. I'm going in for the kill, and I'm supposed to stop. That finisher that I do, by the way, where I like slam the ground and it creates like a wave thing, that's a perk on my weapon that I got. That's a perk that I got. It's common in Metroidvanias. Homie, when I played Prince of Persia, when I played Ori, when I played Shinobi, when I played Nine Souls, I never felt like, oh, I'm about to do my combo finisher. I better stop because I've gotten too close to the enemy from forward momentum. I'm going to bump into their toe. Not only that, there's a huge theme in the game of enemies that will do these projectiles at you, right? There's these guys that are spitting this blood, and it's like bing, 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 bing. So the entire area in front of them ends up with the blood. They're like these balls that land, okay? So what you're trying to do in this instance is you're trying to get close to him so you can roll behind him. Commonly, these guys are like up against a wall or they're on a really small ledge, so you can't do it. You know what you have to do? You have to jump, stab, jump, stab, jump, stab, or like throw a projectile up at them 3 or 4 times before they die. Why? Well, because there's no room. You go to roll behind them, there's no room, so you bounce off of them from contact damage. Again, it's amateur. It was in the Hollow Knight series and the Castlevania series. Okay, are you arguing that it's good game design, or are you just arguing other games have it? Because that you don't seem to be making a point other than other games have done it. Like, there were plenty of people who played Silksong and felt like the contact damage was incredibly oppressive, and they didn't like it. There were people that criticized it. I mean, I didn't have any criticism for that. My criticism of Silksong was the runbacks, not the contact damage. Hang on, I've got some people to thank. Biggie Smalls with 33 months gets us to a $5 super chat from Neo Reaper. Off topic, have you seen the Bloomberg article? Yeah, I'm not talking about that right now. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Guys, when you come in and I'm midstream in a rant and you're bringing up something completely out of fifth field, I feel so bad when you do it in the super chat. I'm not going to jump train tracks right now, brother. Forward momentum is fine. It's realistic, and you can use forward momentum for spacing advantage. I don't mind the contact damage, but the forward momentum with that is what I don't like. Well, what it does is, again, it creates a flat tire within the combat system. It's like, I've got this amazing finisher that I've unlocked, and I slam the ground. This is a basic enemy. This is a basic enemy. This isn't a boss fight where I need to think about spacing and timing and attack telegraphs. I should just be able to dispose of this guy quickly and move on with my day, and instead, I get bonked by his wing because he gets up from the ground. He doesn't do an attack. There's no wind up. There's no nothing. I'm telling you, I'm not dying. I'm not failing, I'm losing. Anybody who says this is a skill issue, they're admitting that they don't feel like getting into the argument or having an actual discussion. They're just doing the platitudinous Reddit response where they don't want to actually engage in the discussion. I'm not dying. I'm not losing. I cleared an entire area of the map last night and I didn't die once. It feels terrible to be in this game because of all these little micro moments like this. There's no flow state. There's no finesse. Even a bird that lands on the ground like that and is totally vulnerable, I'm supposed to go wham, 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 stop, stop. He's going to get up. I don't want to bump him. Okay, now last hit. Now he's dead. I don't get to finish the combo. Why? Why would you make that the game flow? Why would you make the combat flow like that? It's terrible. Here's two things people are going to do. They're going to say skill issue, or they're going to say nitpicking. You got to decide which is which. Do you want somebody to go into the specifics of why the combat system is bad, or why the game doesn't feel good, or why I can't get into a flow state? If you want that, that's what I'm attempting to do right now. I'm attempting to give you specifics as to why every little micro moment of this game feels awkward and clumsy and bad. I haven't even gone to Jaffe's video where he points out other design flaws in this game. I'm not trying to tell you to stop having fun, but stop trying to tell me this is some amazing Metroidvania when I've played some of the best, and this is not even in their league. I wouldn't even put this in the same category of those games. We have a hype train going on Twitch for some reason. I have no idea why. JB Port 87, let me add you to the total. Thank you so much. It's not a skill issue, it's a dev issue. They clearly don't have 2D side-scrolling experience. Feet on lands, that's what I keep coming back to. I'm like, this is the most amateur Metroidvania I have ever played. They make so many design flaw choices. I'm like, and listen, you come from a game like Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, you come from a game like the first Hollow Knight, because I've actually beat that one, Ori 1 and 2, Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Even more recently, I played Mio Memories in Orbit. I've got criticisms of that game, and it never felt like this. Mio never felt bad to fight or be in a fight. It always felt crisp and smooth. Crypt Custodian is one of the best I've played. Super, super tight. What all those games have in common, even Sundered, which was made by Thunder Lotus, even Sundered, you know what all these games have in common? In the first 1 to 2 hours, I was hitting flow state. I was moving through the game in a way that felt cool and empowered and smooth, not bumping into a bird because I tried to finish my combo and he got up and I bumped into him. Like, that's a basic fight. That's a basic enemy. That's a nothing burger fight. I should be able to dispatch of him quickly. Like, oh, cool. I got this combo finisher. Wham, 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 wham. And then I slam the ground and the bird dies. That would feel cool. Why? Because that's what you're supposed to do in a video game. Now, yes, I tried Ultros. I think I tried Ultros before a major release came out. I've wanted to go back to it. I liked Ultros. I felt like the controls weren't great. I felt like the combat wasn't great in Ultros. But overall, I thought it was a really cool little game. Didn't feel like it was like at the top shelf pedigree of a game like Prince of Persia or something, but it was good. So I've got other clips. Hang on. What's this one? Yeah, here's another one. Okay. What this one is done, I got this clip to demonstrate. There's a common problem with contact damage and enemy positioning. You see how she keeps backing up like that? This is another common flat tire within the game where enemies will either retreat or get driven back. And what happens is when that happens is you can't get behind them, and her attacks don't allow you to be in front of her. My Chrome just crashed. Hang on. My Chrome chat crashed. There, I got it back. Hang on. Wheezy says, I'll again point out how contact damage works in a game like Castlevania or Metroid. They both have contact damage, but in the case of melee, they don't momentum you forward. That's what Lono is taking issue with, which is totally fair. In Metroid Dread, your counter melee only moves you if you add the forward input. Otherwise, it's stationary. Yes, here's the other thing with contact damage, Wheezy. Here's the other thing with contact damage. Commonly, I'll be in a fight, and I know I need to roll behind the boss. If I hit forward a split second before dodge, which is common, right? You're like, let me run forward and then I'll roll, right? Makes perfectly good sense as a move in the game. I'm gonna take a step forward and then I'm gonna roll. You know what commonly happens? That step forward is your fatal error. You go bink and you bump the boss, and then he catches you with his attack. That's like the most minor mistake. So you want to know what you start doing? Well, I better hit dodge first or at the exact same time as forward, so I don't take a step forward. I just roll forward from a standstill. So one of two things happens when you do this. Now you miss timing in the other direction, and you hit dodge before you hit forward. You want to know what happens when you do that? You don't roll forward. You hop backwards. I'm telling you, it's amateurish. It's like the most basic things create all these little micro moments of frustration where you're constantly second guessing yourself. We're like, well, should I finish the combo? I don't know. I'm going to get too close to the enemy. I'm going to bump into them. I better stop my combo that ends with a high damage attack. And then it's like, oh, I better roll behind them. Oh, you might not roll far enough. You want to know what happens commonly? This is what you start doing. You're like, well, I don't want to get too close to the enemy. Because if I get too close to the enemy, I'll go to roll forward, I'll bump into his toe, I'll take contact damage, and he'll catch me. So what do? You space out a little bit, right? You're like, I'm going to give him some space. Now you don't roll far enough, and you hit his heel. So it's so frustrating. It's like, it doesn't feel like I'm finessing the fight. It feels like I'm walking around a room with like eggshells. Like, okay, don't hit forward. Okay, you got to hit roll and forward at the same time. Don't get too close, because if you get too close, you'll bump into them. But you got to be close enough, because when you roll, you don't want to bump into their heel, because their heel also will give you contact damage. And then in fights like this, the one I was just showing you, the enemies will commonly get driven back into a wall, and now I have to retreat because I can't get behind her because of contact damage. There's no way for me to roll behind her when that happens. They commonly do what she's doing. They will pull back and retreat, or you'll just naturally drive them backwards with your forward momentum attacks. So again, I don't lose any major amounts of health here. I beat her. It's just not fun. It's not fun. There's no flow state. I don't feel empowered as a player. Look at my health at the beginning here. I actually end up with more health by the end because I use the mechanic to get healing orbs from her by hitting her with spirit attacks, right? So I arguably don't lose the fight. I play the fight just perfectly fine. I survive. I get some of my health back. But look how unfun it is. I'm the god of war. You know? I'm the younger version of him, but I'm the god of war. And I'm constantly having to, like, retreat. Why? Well, because I can't get too close, because I can't bump into her skirt, or I'll take damage. I'm telling you, contact damage is peppered throughout this game in ways that are so rhythmically annoying, you can't enter flow state, you can't feel empowered, you never feel like, yeah, dude, I'm tearing it up. And here's my crown jewel video for you guys. You guys ready? Hang on. Freaking Chrome crashed on both instances. All right, here we go. Here's a fight. All right, so you'll find these trees. And these fights are meant to be challenging, all right? Nick says, completely agree with everything. I only have about 4 hours into it, but I felt everything you said. It's especially painful if you're coming from playing Shinobi or Ori. That's what I'm saying, Nick. I started off the stream. Listen, I'm not trying to throw shade at this developer. I am not trying to throw shade at this developer. But why did we hand God of War Metroidvania to a developer? Where is the pedigree that warrants it? This is their game library. Their game library is stuff I've never heard of. That doesn't mean that they're not good. But what drew Santa Monica to these guys? Backyard football and baseball? What are we talking about here? It's like you come from Shinobi, you come from Ori, even Hollow Knight. I put down, here's the thing about Hollow Knight, Silksong I should say. I put down Silksong because of a philosophical disagreement. I philosophically disagreed with their game design. The game felt wonderful. It did. The game felt wonderful. I was like bouncing off of stuff and doing all of the platforming. I beat a boss pre-nerf that they felt like they needed to nerf. I put that game down because of a philosophical disagreement. I didn't put it down because it felt bad. Corey says they pitched the game to Santa Monica, and Santa Monica respected the passion to have the game completely without the license, and were basically betting on getting the IP. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hang on. That's the real question. They need some blame for letting these mediocre devs handle a game with the name God of War on it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, come on, man. Why did you give these guys the game? All right, so here is a fight that's supposed to be really challenging. Hang on, I got to thank Snake Eyes here. Snake Eyes did a... Shoot, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay, a Prime sub from Snake Eyes. I thought it looked bad based on the State of Play trailer. However, the Kena sequel looks amazing. I bought Kena Bridge of Spirits on Friday, rolled credits last night. Kena is so good. Let me add you to the total. Kena is so good, but the combat really needs work, especially near the end. There's wonkiness with the camera and lock-ons. Overall, I loved Kena, but I really hope the combat is severely polished in the sequel, because that was its biggest weak point, I thought. Puzzles were great, world was great, lore and vibes were great. Combat just left a lot to be desired for, especially in the more challenging fights. You would, like, take a bunch of damage in Kena because, like, the camera would break, or like lock-on wouldn't work. It got a little wonky at times. This game wouldn't be getting nearly as much traction if it didn't have the God of War name. I'm saying. So this is meant to be a challenging fight. Now, something that they commonly do in challenging fights is they will continually spawn an enemy to harass you. The first time I did one of these, I was fighting like a big bull, and it kept spawning a bird in the room. And every time I was about to finish a combo on him, I'd finally get a punishment window on the big bull. The bird would come from behind or something and hit me. It was really annoying. It was like, this feels really cheap. Like, am I fighting the bull or what is this? They do something similar into this room. You'll watch. They'll spawn a guy on this platform, and he is literally there to just be a nuisance. Now, I do completely fail on my lasso throw at the beginning, so let's just ignore that absolute flub. That's not what we're watching here. What we're watching is the number of things happening on the screen and the difficulty to mitigate all of the different damage points. So you'll notice that I'm doing something. I'm staying underneath Mr. Platform Guy, okay? I'm staying underneath Mr. Platform Guy. Because if you go onto this side of the screen where the yellow pillar is, he will absolutely ruin your day. So I was like, okay, I'm going to stay underneath of him. Do you want to know why you can't go up here and fight him? Because of contact damage. You can't go up here and fight this guy. You'll just bounce off of him. You're going to see how wonderful it is how you have to kill him in a minute. You have to roll to avoid contact damage. You'll roll right through the invincible frame when evading. I appreciate you Chad-splaining to me. That's my new term for folks like you. I really appreciate the Chad-splaining how iframes and dodge rolling works to me. I had no idea that's how the game worked. Okay, so I stay underneath here, and I win this fight, by the way. You know how I win the fight? I just basically stay in one spot and just keep spamming attacks, and then using my my spirit. Anytime I had enough spirit, I was using it to get my health back, and then I get the bird here. Now watch this guy up on this platform, right? There he goes away. But don't worry. His spawns are predetermined. He's back. Look how long it takes to kill this guy. Like, you can't go up there and fight him because of contact damage. You'll like jump up there and you'll bounce off of him. So you just literally stay underneath the platform and you spam your basically attacks. Chat-splaining? No, Chad with a D. Chad-splaining. It's true, not trying to be rude. Homie, I'm pointing out design flaws in the game and how the rolling is actually frustrating because of the way that it's designed. And you're like, you just have to roll. Homie, I know that. The roll itself is even not designed that well to where you will take contact damage because the roll either starts too late or too early. It's like this very small window where if you're too close to the enemy, you'll take half a step before you roll. You're not in iframes yet, and you'll bounce off. If you're too far away from him, you'll roll through him. You'll be in iframes. And as you stand up, you come out of iframes, you hit his heel, and you take contact damage. Like, you're Chad-splaining to me, bro. Like, I don't understand iframes. Like, I don't understand how to roll in the game. I've got 6 hours, and I'm here to tell you, the roll is extremely frustrating because of the way that iframes work. It's very difficult for you to predict the exact, like, slice of the game where you need to be in order to not take any of the contact damage. Like, I can see the attack coming. I can see the telegraph. Now, that fight I just showed you guys, I did that my second try. It's not a skill issue. It's not that it's difficult. It literally feels terrible to be in this game. And I'm just showing you stuff that I clipped. I watched a video this morning by Jaffe, because everybody's having a go at Jaffe. And let me just show you his video, because he highlights a bunch of problems with the game. Right? You're enjoying the game? Here's the thing. I'm not trying to talk you out of enjoying it. I'm frustrated as a huge God of War fan, as a huge Metroidvania fan, to get something that feels so incredibly amateur. It just feels so incredibly amateur. All right? Now, we are not going to have Jaffe's audio on, okay? Because Jaffe's a bit of a swearer. Now, he shows here the Castlevania game. He shows the Castlevania game, and the reason he's showing this is this just instantly looks great. It looks responsive. It looks fast. Like, the art style is fabulous. And the pedigree of the studio behind this is light years ahead of the studio that built the God of War game, okay? These are like the Dead Cells guys, all right? At least some of them. I haven't looked exactly into every single staff member. But the pedigree of the studio who made the God of War game, I just don't think is very good. And now Jaffe's going to demonstrate some of the other problems with the game, okay? So he talks about confusing visual noise during combat. He doesn't show the best scenes for this, but this is something that I consistently ran into. It'll be a medium-sized enemy, and I go up to them, and I start attacking them. And they have a telegraph that happens. And when I'm attacking them, I can't see it. Do you want to know what you start doing? It's the same flat tire apprehension that happens with the forward momentum and the contact damage. You stop attacking early so that you can see them. Terrible flow. It doesn't feel like a flow state or anything. You're not like, wham, wham, wham. Okay, here comes the telegraph. Parry. You're like, wham, wham, wham. You're like, I can't really see, so I better stop attacking. Right? So the visual noise during combat is severe. I remember there was a rogue I played that was like that. I forget the name of it. It was something Blade. Hang on, let me see if I can find it in my Steam library. I made a similar criticism of this Blade game. This game here, Blade Assault. Let me show you this game here. Okay, so Blade Assault is a action roguelike pixel graphics platformer, right? You can see, look at how much noise is on the screen when you do stuff. It's just absurd, right? My frustration with Blade Assault was, looked good, felt good. It was extremely hard to see when you were taking damage. It was extremely hard to see when certain things were happening. The same exact thing. Welcome back, my man Wooly. Let me add you to the total. You guys are being dismissive of Jaffe. I'm telling you, Jaffe struggles in Metroid, or if you think Jaffe's just a bitter ex, you know what you're doing? You're doing ad hominem. You're attacking the man instead of his argument. I have no respect for that because it's not just an argumentative fallacy. I think it's weak. So engage with his argument or don't engage at all. Confusing visual noise during combat is a severe problem in a game with forward momentum and contact damage. How am I supposed to tell I'm getting too close to the enemy if I can't frickin' see what's going on? Because there's all this crap on the screen, flashes and explosions and orbs I can't see. So I commonly find myself, I stop attacking because I don't want to bump into them because of contact damage. And I need to be able to see what they're doing, because the parry is one of the best parts of this game. The parry is so good and it's so rewarding. But if you can't see, you can't do the parry. So this is point number one that Jaffe makes that I think is totally legitimate and a very, very good piece of feedback about why this game is it's very amateur Metroidvania. I don't think it's very good. Gameplay breaking inconsistencies. He talks here about the projectiles and how the arcs sometimes don't make any sense. He's exactly right. You get an ability that's like purple and you're like arcing it. You're like arcing it to throw it and it causes an explosion. And a lot of the times you're trying to like get it through a gap or a crack. And I swear to you, it never goes where I expect it to go. The arc will be like up and over and into the hole, and it won't get there. It'll like fall short. And I'm like, huh? So I'm commonly having to basically take like a test shot and then adjust my arc, not according to where like the purple arc is, but according to the test shot, if that makes sense. It's like a tracer round. The frustration with this is that uses your magic. Your little blue bar, you actually use your blue bar to do any projectile in the games, okay? And so Jaffe's exactly right. There's consistent times where you have to use your range, and it's very inconsistent. It doesn't seem to want to go where you're trying to send it. I'll say another thing about range. You'll notice that in this scene here, Jaffe's got his slingshot out right up here. To get to the purple one where you throw like a purple flaming grenade, you have to hit left on the D-pad. Now, in the heat of battle, there is no hit left for this, right for this, down for this. You hit down for the mask, but you hit left or right for the slingshot, but then you have to hit it again to get to the grenade. So it's not like you can be like in the middle of a fight and just quickly get to your grenade and throw it. It's not a grenade, but I'm calling it a grenade. You can't do that, because there's not like a designated button for it. You literally hit left on the D-pad to like switch off of the mask, and it'll go to the slingshot. But if you want the explosion, you got to hit it again. So what happens? Well, now I'm looking up at the screen to see what I've got instead of just knowing, okay, I'm in the middle of a fight. If I hit this, I know I'm going to pull out this range weapon, and then I can use it in the middle of the battle. So your range weapons basically just get turned into like chintzy, like goofy puzzle solving mechanics, and then periodically there's something on a ceiling or something flying that's like really hard to get to, and you throw it at it. I haven't even gotten to the point of like the flying enemies that heal everybody in the proximity of their flight, and they're like way up above the enemies, so you're jumping over really difficult enemies to like slowly stab this flying enemy. And again, if the range was more effective and more easy to use on the fly, you could just like jump up there and maybe hit him with a grenade or something. But it's so counterintuitive and it doesn't feel like fluid within the combat cycle that you can't really do it, okay? So he's absolutely right about gameplay breaking visual inconsistencies. And he talks about in this section, he talks about a section here where what he's demonstrating here is he can actually throw his sling through this platform. You see this platform that I'm circling? He can actually throw his sling through this platform. But in other situations, you can't throw the sling through a solid object that can be that's like a wall or something. So it doesn't make any sense. It's like sometimes the foreground interferes with the sling, sometimes the foreground doesn't interfere with the sling. It's inconsistent rule sets. It doesn't make any sense. What this does is it makes the player, once again, the theme is you're constantly second guessing. You're constantly having apprehension. You cannot enter flow state. There's no sense of muscle memory because you're constantly like, I don't know if this is going to work or not. I don't know if I'm too close to the enemy or not. I don't know if I should keep swinging or not. I don't know if the parry can do it right now because I can't see the dadgum enemy. It's creating all of this internal like apprehension, second guessing, no flow state, because you can never feel like I do this, then this, then this, then this. And like you develop these like habits within a Metroidvania that make it feel really good to move throughout the world. There's constant inconsistencies in the game like this that make you constantly second guess yourself. The problem is when you spend 2 decades acting like a bitter ex, Jaffe might be right, but I'm not going to give him the time of day. I mean, again, if you want to keep attacking him as a person, you're not interacting with what he's saying, and you're certainly not interacting with what I'm saying. You're just having a go at him. Like, who gives a frick, you know? Now, here he demonstrates an inconsistency in the game. Has he shown it yet? No. Okay, he's going to show something. Did he show it already? Let me see if he shows it. Hang on. He hasn't even gotten to the point where, like, the jump doesn't respond. That's another really big frustration during some of the platforming sections. He hasn't even gotten to that point. And you can say old man skill issue, but he'll show it here in a minute. Hang on. This is him still talking about this. He talks about inconsistency with the grapple here in a second. Hang on. He's talking about the throwing and the visual cues. Yeah, right here. Right here. Look. He's not... He for some reason will not mantle this surface. That's a surface he can walk on. That's a surface he can go on, and he can't mantle. So he goes up here, and then he can mantle on this box, right? That's another inconsistency in the game. Do you notice a trend? The game is constantly betraying your confidence. It's like, can I throw this through that? Can I grab that? I don't know. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I can't. Should I keep swinging? I don't know. There's a mythical little like millimeter of being too close, and I'll bump into the enemy and get contact damage. Should I roll here? Or if I hit forward, I'm going to run into them. Well, maybe I should roll from here, but then I'll stand up and then I'll bump into their heel. Do you see what I'm saying? You are constantly robbed of a sense of confidence in the game. Your volition, your muscle memory, your flow state, super frustrating. Constantly feeling this. I'm glad that Jaffe is standing his ground and like actually going through as a game developer and saying, these are problems with your game from a design standpoint, right? Let me see if I can find another one. Oh yeah, here he talks about the buggy user interface. I thought that I was stupid when I went in here and I was like looking at the different things I could do with my shield. I literally thought I was an idiot. I was like, wait, am I equipping it or is it not equipped? What? He's dead on here that when you go into the shield, and then the rim of restoration is down there beneath it and you like equip it. But if it's not equipped, it's like, wait, is Spartan Trust equipped? No, Spartan Trust is the name of the shield. Like, just very, very confusing UI. I felt the same thing when I went in here. I was like, I'm not actually sure what I'm doing. Let's not even talk about the currency in the game to upgrade your spear tips. I've got a poison spear tip. I've got an ice spear tip. I got a normal spear tip. I don't have enough currency to level them all up. So what am I doing? I'm like, I don't know. If I don't level up the poison one, it's too weak to use. Ice one's too weak to use. It doesn't feel like I'm killing them fast enough. So I'm just going to keep going back to my basic spear tip that I've invested in to make as strong as possible. So like, you end up feeling like this sense of like, yeah, I found all this loot. I found all this gear, but what's the point of it all? I don't really feel like a sense of empowerment to level or use any of it because it's all just sitting here unleveled. So I'm just committing to like one spear tip to like level it to make it as strong as possible because that's basically what it feels like I should be doing. I should just be interacting with that one. Okay, here he talks about level design, character motion feels off. So what he's going to show here, this is a common mistake in Metroidvanias that I've played, or like smaller studio Metroidvanias that I've played. And what it is it's a lack of responsiveness from the character. So what they do is I'm not a developer, but my theory is that they create animation sets that until the animation set has resolved, input is ignored, okay? The problem with that in a platformer is you need to be able to go bing, 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 like you sometimes need to be able to jump like right away. Yeah, I don't know count. I don't know if there's like a new game plus. Do you see what happened to him? He goes to hit the second jump and he just slides off. Okay, I didn't have this happen to me that much, But there were a handful of times where I felt like, wait a minute, I totally know that I hit jump there. What did my character do? Jaffe's kind of walking through and making sense of what's happening. He's like, I don't know what it is. He's like, I don't know if the animation has to resolve. I'm not sure what it is, but, you know, I've got to, and he messed up the jump there. That was a genuine mistake. But you'll commonly find yourself in games like this when they're not polished. Like right there, the most basic jump, like right here, he fails the most basic jump. Why? The character doesn't like react. He just like slides off. Again, the pedigree of the developer is what I have to call into question here. It's like these feel like amateurish design decisions. From everything I've talked about with the contact damage and the forward momentum to all the things that Jaffe's pointing out here, I'm telling you, it's the worst Metroidvania I've played in a long time. They attach this to... He doesn't talk about anything else for the rest of the video. Okay. So here's the deal. You can dismiss Jaffe and say he's grumpy old man and he's a bitter ex and blah, blah, blah. He just made a bunch of points that I didn't even make. I made a bunch of points that he didn't make. If you combine everything he said with everything I said in the clips I showed you, listen, I'm glad you're having fun. But don't sit here and tell me this is some stellar Metroidvania and that it's a skill issue. When I just demonstrated, I think rather clearly, I'm getting through the game. I'm beating sections. I'm beating fights. It feels terrible to be in the game because you are constantly dealing with this internal sense of apprehension of, can I make that jump? Can I grapple that? Can I throw my range ability through that? Should I stop attacking? Should I roll? Am I going to bump into them? I don't know. You never feel empowered. 6 hours in, I've got no flow state with the game. When I played Shinobi Art of Vengeance, Nine Souls, Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, the first Hollow Knight, Ori 1, Ori 2, Mio Memories in Orbit, and the Crypt Custodian more recently, I played those 8 games. I never struggled to get into flow state. I figured it out. You figure out how to move, you figure out where to go, how to position. And in this game, God of War, Sons of Sparta, after 6 hours, I constantly feel like I'm apprehensive and I'm clumsy and I'm like clunking around through the game. Just doesn't feel good. And again, not dying, not failing, just not having a good time. That's it. Nine Souls on sale right now. Nine Souls is really good. Nine Souls is basically like a Sekiro platformer. Then why play it? If it feels terrible to play it, why play it? I'll give you one guess, Corey. Why the frick do you think I'm playing it so I can put meat on the bones of my criticism? Why do you think as a YouTuber that covers games, do you think I'm playing a game beyond the first couple of hours where I started to get frustrating? Can you take a stab and win the prize as to why I'm continuing to play the game? Is it too difficult for you to deduce it? You need me to hold your hand on this one, Corey? Why do you think I'm continuing to play it and have clips recorded to provide you with valuable information or insight into the game and why I'm frustrated by it? Why, Corey? Bless us with one guess as to why I've continued to play the game. You flat tire chatter. Always coming in here wanting to flat tire the discussion, brother. Why do you think I'm continuing to play it? Tell us all your guess. What do you think would happen if I played for an hour and just said, it's no good, don't play it, or I can't recommend it? Why? Why do you think I would continue to play it? So that I can provide you with actual information and footage and input. Like, come on, brother. Like, I'm not telling you as your friend at the lunch table. I'm not telling you as your friend at the lunch table. I'm telling you as a YouTuber who people are going to come to me and be like, how is it? How is the game, Lono? You need topics for the show? You really think that's why I have all these clips and that's why I just went on this rant? I needed topics for the show? Really? Like, Highguard devs are crashing out and deleting their Twitter and the game's basically dying. I could cover that. Ashes of Creation, former CEOs being accused of embezzlement. And you think I was like, yeah, man, I'm really gonna need a topic for Monday. I better put some more time into God of War Sons of Sparta, even though I'm not enjoying it. people would have 100% come to me and be like, you haven't played long enough, Lono. You haven't gotten far enough, Lono. You can't really dismiss a game if you don't put more time into the game, Lono. So what did I do? I said, I'm going to put some time into it, and I'm going to try to put meat on the bones so that you can understand why I'm saying contact damage is incredibly frustrating. Forward momentum in the combat adds to the contact damage frustration. Enemy position, enemy attacks, and enemy momentum, and enemy vibrancy, like the way they move around and the way their rhythmic is. It feels terrible to engage with them. Even a challenging fight that I beat, it just looks and feels terrible. If I wouldn't have done all that, people would have been like, you've not played long enough, man. You got to keep playing. You can't really talk about a game if you've only played it for 2 hours, if you only played it for 3 hours. Jiminy Christmas. Like, for me to take that amount of time, and the reason I bit your head off, Corey, is because you've got more sense than that. I go through clip after clip, I go through Jaffe's video, and I point out all these problems, and you're like, well, why would you keep playing it if you don't like it? Why do you think? I wanted people to have valuable information. They now can go into the game, and they know what's going on. They can go into the game, and they can be like, hey, I know what to anticipate. Sven is in chat right now. His name is Rocket Bear, and Sven was in the Discord, and when Sven first started playing, he's like, I don't know, Lono, I'm having a pretty good time. And now he's in chat saying, I'm pretty leading on games, and yeah, Sons of Sparta doesn't feel that great. That's all I'm trying to do. If you buy this game and you have a blast, I don't care. I'm not upset by that. I just want people to be properly informed about how I'm experiencing the game. As an enormous Metroidvania fan, for me to play the game for 2 hours and just push it off the table and be like, yeah, it's crap. Do you know how many people have been like, Lono, I wanted your thoughts on the game. What? You only played for 2 hours? All these other people are saying it's fun, man. What did you think? Did you get anywhere? Did you do anything? Did you fight any bosses? Did you unlock any abilities? I did the due diligence to keep playing and get clips so that I could give you guys concrete feedback on why I think this game feels so terrible. It's not to me. It's not that it's hard or difficult. Because I'm finishing fights. I've won a handful of the challenging areas on my first try, and I'm like, it just doesn't feel good. It feels bad. It doesn't feel fluid. It doesn't feel flow state. I don't feel empowered as a player. All your information today has for sure saved me $30. Lono is wrong. If the game is bad, why does it have a 4.7 on PSN? Maybe an anomaly. Listen, I said at the start of this, maybe I'm the one that's insane. Maybe my standards are too high. I don't feel this game is at the pedigree of other Metroidvanias that I have played. I don't. A bunch of God of War fans bought it for $30, and everybody was saying the same thing in the Discord. They're like, I don't know, Lono, I'm having a pretty good time. And then the further they got in the game, just like me, the more they soured on it. It's like, I did the same thing. Go watch my live stream from the other day. Go watch my live stream. I said, listen, guys, y'all are being too quick to judge this. I think that the I think the gear system and the combat and abilities here, I think this could end up being a really fun game. I said, you guys are watching 5 minutes and you're being really dismissive of it, right? I got a little further. I did the sponsored stream on Twitch, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, y'all. I was like, I don't think this is a very good game. The further I got, the worse it felt. Because the more you're playing non-basic enemies and the more you're trying to learn attack patterns, telegraph patterns, enemy movement and positioning and things like that so that you can kind of finesse an area. Like, one of the reasons that people defend Silksong's runbacks is they say, well, that's basically the preamble to the boss fight. That's the preamble to the boss fight. And you've got to master that in order to get back to the boss fight. Well, why do you think people say that? Because they master those sections. They know where to stand, they know where to jump, they know what to do to get around the platforming, the enemies, etc. In this game, do you know what I end up doing? When I rerun through an area and I know where all the enemies are, I don't fight any of them. I don't fight any of them. It's not worth it. It's pointless. It's like, well, yeah, you get the blood orbs from them to level like your gear and your character. But now, once I clear an area and once I know where everybody is, I'm just running past enemies. Because they're a nuisance. It's just this flat tire. I remember playing Tsushima, completely different game, but I remember playing Tsushima and even Yote, and anytime I saw people, I'd go and fight them because it felt awesome and you felt cool, and you could get some stuff. But in this game, I never feel awesome or cool, so I'm just like, yes, I already know. I already know this area. I'm skipping these guys. They should have named this anything but God of War. The title really sets expectations it could never meet. Sven says, I feel like I'm just W key race tanking every fight, which doesn't create any rewarding boss encounters, or it makes me want to explore the entire map. That's exactly right, Sven. You end up feeling very much like you're face tanking. You just take tons of damage in every fight. And you're like, this is why I said it on Twitter, I'll say it here. If you think this game is awesome and you're having a great time, I want to see your clips. Put them on Twitter. Let me see you fight a boss or a fight where there's all those enemies all over the place. Let me see your fights. I want to see you smoke this game. Let me see it. Let me see you hopping around, dodging, duck diving and all of that, and taking virtually no damage. Because you know what? You want to know what I can do? I can show you footage from Mio Memories in Orbit and Crypt Custodian and Shinobi Art of Vengeance and Nine Souls where I did that. I got to a point of proficiency, efficiency, and skill in the game, and I was winning in fights like that, in sections like that, and I was feeling awesome. I don't think I've seen a single clip from anybody yet in this game where they're like, yeah, I smoked this section, or I smoked this boss, or this section was really fun, or this section was really awesome. Everybody's just out here saying how fun it is. And I'm like, let me see your clips. Go do one of those challenging fights at the tree, and let me see your clip. Because you know what we're going to see? We're going to see sloppy, messy, face-tanky nonsense with spam and all sorts of visual clutter, and then it's like, whew, I survived. Hang on. I didn't thank you for the first super chat. Forget Me Not says, do you think the other devs will make a sequel? And then another $2 super chat from Forget Me Not. Should people at Sony Interactive be fired? No. Listen. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. Nobody needs to be fired. This is something that has frustrated me with PlayStation for a while. They take on the posture of protecting their IPs because they do exclusivity. And then eventually they go to PC, but they know that their IP has value. Herman Holst has said this multiple times to the shareholders and in interviews. They'll put the IP on PC with the thoughts that they'll come over here for the sequel. What does that communicate to me? You value your IPs. You value your games. But they have demonstrated, I think, and this is another time where they've done this, a lack of care for their IPs. And I think that's a fatal error because we've seen what happens when you fail to protect your IP. Look at what happened with Halo and 343. They did not protect that IP. They did not deliver excellence. And it's put Halo into a really bad spot as a franchise, okay? You need to protect your IP. They brought The Last of Us Part 1 to PC in a shambles. That's bad for your IP. They brought Spider-Man 2 to PC too quickly. It was in a shambles. Had all sorts of glitches and bugs. That's not a good way to treat your IP. You just handed your IP to a studio that made Backyard Baseball. The pedigree of this studio, of Megacat Studios, I'm not throwing shade and telling you that these guys are garbage. This is not the pedigree of a studio that I would hand God of War to. You're not protecting your IP. And when you do that, it can start to erode at value of what you're making, and it can start to erode at consumer trust because it feels like, well, you're just going to use your IP for anything. And yes, I'm going to mention one more time that I feel like they are not protecting their IP, and it's with Horizon Hunters Gathering. You're going to take your IP and you're going to say, yeah, just go ahead and make a live service game. Go ahead and make a Fortnite adjacent, Pixar adjacent, insincere, inauthentic, like mobile looking game and use the Horizon IP to do it. I remember I told you guys this when they started talking about the Horizon IP, and they're like, we want a game, we want a show, we want an MMO, we want a co-op game. And I was like, you might get to a point where people are like, enough is enough, Cranberry Man. You know the Brian Regan skit where he's like, hey, I got some cranberries. You should put your cranberries in there. We'll split it 50-50. Hey, you should put some cranberries in there. We'll split it 50-50. It's like, slow down, Cranberry Man. It's like, slow down, Horizon. We don't need Horizon everywhere. I told you guys, I was like, that's a worry. That's a concern. You might start taking your IP and just acting like Johnny Appleseed, Johnny IPC, just throwing it everywhere. And what's that do? It dilutes it. And I feel like they're doing it with Horizon. And this Metroidvania game, I'm like, I don't know, y'all. I'd have gone to a team known for excellence in Metroidvanias or platformers or like action platformers and been like, can you demonstrate to us that you can capture the essence, the violence, the brutality of God of War in a 2D platformer? Can you do that? Because I feel like I've seen games that have done this. Like a lot of people were referencing Blasphemous prior to now. Or Death's Gambit was one that I looked at the other day. Horizon Lego game. Exactly. Don't you see the pattern? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, am I? The pattern is I don't feel like they're treating their IPs with enough respect and care. I really don't. Wired Rope comes in with 5 bomb over there on purple and gets us to 13 on the wheat. The studio is not experienced with side-scroller Metroidvanias. That's my issue. If you're making a side-scroller Metroidvania, why would you not give it to a studio that's their wheelhouse? New month, check your Prime, says Wired Rope. That's what I'm telling you. This is why I got so snippy with Corey. It's like, I'm doing due diligence here to draw y'all's attention to something that I think is incredibly disappointing. People are like, well, I'm having fun. And I'm like, but it's not a good game. It's not a good game. It's not reviewing well with the critics. Yeah, the fans are loving it, but the fans are reviewing it after playing for like an hour, and it's fine in the first hour. It's God of War, and the soundtrack is cool, and the combat's serviceable in the first hour. The talent at PlayStation who used to prevent questionable games releasing have more or less left now. Where do you have evidence that there's been massive talent exodus at PlayStation? I've not seen a single article. I've not seen a single report about a bunch of talent leaving. I feel like you're just making something up. I've never seen anybody claim that or say that there's been widespread talent loss at Bend, Santa Monica, Guerrilla, Naughty Dog, Insomniac. Can you please demonstrate to me where you feel like all these people have left? These aren't even games made by them. Siege Master with 50 months over here on YouTube. The big 5-0, and then Wired Rope with 36 months. He says meh. 3 years and you say meh. We are 10 members away from the first milestone of the week where I owe you guys a member. Are you already arguing that God of War is damaged as an IP based off one game? No. That's not what I'm arguing. No. You just tuned in? No. I'm saying there is now a pattern emerging that I think is worrying, and I don't think PlayStation is treating their IPs with great enough care. They ported The Last of Us Part 1 to PC really quickly. They wanted to capitalize on the popularity of the show. It was an abysmal port. It got terrible reviews. That was a bad look for The Last of Us. They took Spider-Man 2 to PC too early. It wasn't ready. It was a bad port. It had lots of glitches and bugs. Both games have since been fixed. That demonstrates a lack of care for your IP. You got a Horizon Lego game. You got Horizon Hunter's Gathering. I don't feel like either of those games demonstrate a great care for the IP. It's like you're using the IP, which their philosophy makes sense. Let's take our IP to PC. Let's leverage the popularity of our IP to get more people aware of what we've got. I think they're going too far. I think Horizon Hunter's Gathering, I think the Lego Horizon game, and I think this God of War Sons of Sparta game represents to me a pattern where they're not taking care of the IP, they're using it. It's like, yep, let's just get a game out there. Yep, God of War Sons of Sparta. Yep, Lego Horizon. Yep, Horizon Hunter's Gathering. Yeah. Get Last of Us on PC. Get Iron Galaxy to do it. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the show is really popular right now. Yeah. Get Spider-Man. Get Spider-Man on PC in 15 months. Yeah. Shove that crap out. Yeah, that's fine. And then the games aren't ready and they get bad scores. Spider-Man PC port, the flying box. No. The Spider-Man flying box thing was a launch date problem on the PlayStation. Naughty Dog was spinning wheels until Neil came back from HBO, and then show went to trash after season 2. So you've completely failed to demonstrate that talent at PlayStation, who used to prevent questionable games from releasing, has more or less left now. So you make a claim, and your support of the claim is Neil came back, Naughty Dog was spinning their wheels, which is completely untrue. That's just your own, basically you're not even arguing from inference. You're just projecting that onto the company. They were working on something that they thought was going to be good and successful in the live service environment. Bungie basically informed them that they'd have to allocate way too much bandwidth in order to make The Last of Us Online work, and they decided, we don't want to become a live service studio, so they pulled the plug on it. That has nothing to do with your claim that, the talent has left or the people that would prevent these bad games from coming out has left. You haven't demonstrated that at all, because it's not true. Here's the thing. I still think the PlayStation studios have brought great things this gen. Insomniac especially. They had Miles, they had Ratchet, they had Spider-Man 2, and now they got Wolverine this year. Guerrilla brought Horizon Forbidden West and the Burning Shores DLC, which was incredible. God of War Ragnarok, the free update Valhalla, absolutely wonderful pieces of content. Returnal was amazing. Soros is right around the corner and looks like a wonderful evolution and spiritual successor to what I think is one of the best games, if not the best PlayStation 5 exclusive this gen. On top of that, we know that Naughty Dog's got Intergalactic coming. We know Ben's got something coming. We're apparently going to hear about Cory Barlog's game this summer. It's a new IP that apparently is launching next year, according to Shinobi and other inside sources that are in the know. I feel like we've gotten a perfectly fine cadence from their studios. I don't feel like PlayStation's going to hell in a handbasket. I'm just saying this is the beginning of a worrying pattern. You're not caring for your IP. You should not be using your IP in this way. Listen, we talked about this with Xbox. Once your sacred cows become less sacred, that can hurt your potency in the market, because people are like, yeah, what the frick? Who the frick cares? Yeah, Ghosts of Yotei and Ghosts of Yotei Legends, another good example from a first-party studio that's done a great job this gen. Their good partnership with Kojima and Death Stranding 2, that's basically a first-party studio that they don't own. They consider that a first-party effort. They consider that their published effort, and they consider it a PlayStation Studio effort. And then Nixxes is porting it to PC rather quickly. I'm here to tell you, I don't think the studios are doing a bad job or delivering bad games. I'm talking about the executive level decision making here, where I'm seeing IP by PlayStation leveraged in a way that I'm like, that sacred cow ain't feeling so sacred right now, because this God of War Metroidvania game, the pedigree of the studio that you handed this to doesn't feel like you really respected God of War all that much. Sorry. That's my take. I'm not backing down. I mean, all these people want to call me a pony, and I don't feel like I've ever pulled my punches with PlayStation. I don't feel like I've ever won any goodwill with PlayStation by the way I talk about their decision-making and the way they handled, the Helldivers PSN thing and the way they've handled this situation. I'm not winning any favors. I'm not going to be getting any review codes from PlayStation, and I don't wear that as a badge of honor like I'm trying to be a jerk. I'm just listen, I'm calling the balls and the strikes here. I think this is a bad choice. I think this is a bad game. I feel like this is a very, very amateur decision and amateur game, and it's not a good way to treat God of War. They're milking the cow the wrong way. I think that's that's a great way to state it. That's a great way to state it. What can Sony learn from Nintendo? I think that's the problem, Bones. I think they're doing the Nintendo thing. That's what Nintendo does. Nintendo's here's Mario Tennis, here's Mario Knitting, here's Mario this, here's Mario that. It's a very Nintendo approach. I think Nintendo gets away with it because everybody knows a mainline Zelda, and everybody knows that a mainline, Mario, or even the Mario Kart did really well. The attach rate there was probably because they literally bundled it, but in general, I think they're taking a bit of a Nintendo playbook, strategy here. It's let's just throw our people everywhere. The root of the problem is the studio pedigree for Sons of Sparta. Sony could just be coaching them up. Can't get experience without actually giving them experience. I mean, what? Homie, if I'm in charge of the God of War IP, I would have gone to somebody who has built something at the level of Ori, Hollow Knight, Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, I don't know, Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Here's what's killing me. How does Team Cherry do what they did with Silksong, and you can't find a studio at that pedigree to make a great Metroidvania, a great platformer, great action sequences? What are we doing here? Fuzzy with 51 months. The score needs tied up. Boom. It's 8-8. Check your primes. Check your renewals. Get those gifted going. I could be coping, but I'm just doing devil's advocate. No, Adam, I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate it. One of the reasons I'm really wound up about this topic in particular, okay? One of the reasons I'm wound up about this topic in particular, I don't know if YouTube just had a glitch or something. We just spiked in viewership for some reason, and I have no idea why. So it could be a glitch. It could be a flub. Hit the like button if you haven't already, all right? Nobody's complaining on YouTube, but the viewership just spiked by like 100 people. I'm pretty frustrated by this for two reasons. Number one, I love God of War. I obviously I'm late, okay? Hate on me all you want for that. I'll play the remakes when they come out. I hope they're actually remakes and not like remasters. But I love God of War. God of War 2018 is one of the first games that convinced me, yo, the PlayStation Studios, buddy, they can cook. They are really good at what they do. And then Ragnarok was really touching to me as a dad. There were powerful scenes. I thought the God of War Valhalla update was phenomenal, well built, really cool free add-on. And I also, on the other hand, here's the other reason I'm angry. I'm a huge Metroidvania fan. I love them. I love them. I've never once said that Silksong was a bad game. I've said I have a philosophical disagreement with Team Cherry. I don't like the way they set that one up. YouTube featured for me. Well, thank you guys so much. If you clicked here because of YouTube featured, it's a safe for work daily talk show about gaming news. I've been talking about why God of War Sons of Sparta I think is very disappointing and not a very good Metroidvania. And the pedigree of Metroidvanias that I have played are well above this, like Prince of Persia, or Ori 1 and 2, or the first Hollow Knight, or even games that you would say are less Metroidvania but still very good, like action platformers, like Nine Souls or Shinobi Art of Vengeance. And I just feel like this game is so well below that pedigree and quality. It's not even close. And I even pulled up David Jaffe's video. I pulled up some of my own clips, and I just argued, I feel like, fairly well, that it's just not a very good game. And the art style and the voice acting and the story elements, I didn't even get into that. I also think those are pretty bad. I do. I think the art style direction wasn't a great choice. I don't feel like it communicates, God of War really well. And I'll tell you this. I know it's challenging. I know it's challenging to do voice acting and writing when the characters are kind of static. But all I got to do is walk over to Hades 1 and 2 to say, these guys crushed it. Hades 1 and 2 does voice acting and writing for static characters that are just sitting there, and it is probably some of the best I've ever experienced in a game where you don't have motion capture, you don't have a character that's like moving around and emoting, okay? And to me, I know that's a challenge, but I'm like, Hades 1 and 2 did it. Again, there's a lack of pedigree here. There's a lack of quality, and when you're in the market right now and you see all these other games out that are at a higher level of quality, it's pretty frustrating to see a God of War game land in such a way where it just feels like this is just not at the quality of these other games out here. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Ready at Dawn made prequel. I'm not sure what you're talking about versus this. Ready at Dawn made prequels like COO and GOS. I'm not sure what you're citing there. And then Vix Vapor, thanks so much for your Prime resub over there on Twitch. Lennon says, do you think some of your viewpoints on Sons of Sparta or other PlayStation spinoffs could be due to expanding the cinematic third person? No. Did you listen to what I said? I was frustrated because I both love God of War and I love Metroidvanias. This should be a game that I'm over the moon about, brother. I wasn't like, I just really expect everything to be a third-person action-adventure game, as like most of the games I played this year have not been third-person action-adventure games. It sounds like you're trying to inject something in the discussion that's more based off of like console tribalism than actually listening to what I'm saying. Like you're presuming, oh, yeah, you just like those third-person AAA games that hold your hand, or the movie games, which that's not even what those games are. Also, I've got 200 hours in Returnal. If you want to talk to me about like cinematic games that hold your hand, let me see your platinum in Returnal and all your 100%ed weapons. Like people that want to come at me and everybody else sideways about PlayStation games, it's like you're not even entering the landscape of the discussion. You're just like taking cheap shots at PlayStation games that you probably even haven't even played. Instead of hearing what I'm saying, which is, I love God of War and I love Metroidvanias, I should be absolutely over the moon singing the praises of this game. And I'm like, man, this is a Bush League game, bro. This game is not at the pedigree that I expected at all. I'm a little disappointed with the God of War Sons of Sparta, says Snake Eyes. Wheezy says, I'll keep saying Konami and Ubisoft went to Evil Empire for their Metroidvania, a group of devs with pedigree. Nothing stopped Sony and Santa Monica from going for a quality developer. That's exactly right. I'm not hating on this developer, by the way. This developer here, MegaCat, I'm just going to keep showing this because this speaks for itself. You are PlayStation. This is God of War, and this is the gaming library of MegaCat Studios. This is the pedigree of the studio that you went to. They made Backyard Baseball. Like, what are we doing here? Also, I hate to be that guy, but this is a lot of games. This is a ridiculous amount of quantity. Does this really feel like a studio that takes the time to like really, really marinate and I don't know. This just all looks like the stuff that we scroll past in the PlayStation and the Steam store because the scores are so low. Looks like a bunch of shovelware. I was saying they made games like... Okay, hang on. Forget Me Not says, I was saying they made games like Ghosts of Sparta and Chains of Olympus versus Sons of Sparta. Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying those were actually good treatments of the God of War IP. If you guys are enjoying the conversation and the back and forth, you do not have to subscribe to my channel to talk in chat. Hitting the like button is free and subscribing is free. If you want to become a member, that is how I do this full time. If I'm helping you get through your work day, or maybe it's your day off because of the holiday, consider hitting the join button. $5 a month is all it takes to support me directly and get into my members only Discord. They only publish some of those. Yeah, what is MegaCat? I mean, what are they? Are they a studio? Are they a developer? Like, what are they? They're the ones that made the game. They're the ones at the beginning. Are they not? Can I get an About Us? Here we go. About. It doesn't really tell me what they are. It says they breathe new life into old video game consoles with artisanal exclusive projects you won't find anywhere else. From the original Nintendo to virtual reality ports, we're bringing our fans the games that they want. Every game we release has meticulous attention to detail, brand new custom PCB boards and cartridge shells, professionally printed. What in the world? Are these the guys that even developed the game? Who developed the game? These are the guys that pop up at the beginning of the game. I just assumed they were the ones that made it. This is what they do? They do like remakes and ports? They're a studio and a publisher. Okay, yeah, so they're the ones that made it. Yo, Bolneem with 41 months, welcome back. My question is, how much cut would an experienced studio want compared to MegaCat? Sony went to the most financially lucrative studio, in my opinion. You think that's a good way to treat your IP? You're worried that like a studio with more pedigree is going to ask for more money or more of a cut? So you went to the studio that made Backyard Baseball? Like, come on, what are we doing? Like, I'm not trying to tell people to stop having fun. I'm saying I'm looking beyond this game, and I'm like, I don't know, like what Jaffe said. Who greenlit this? Everybody's giving Jaffe a hard time. I said it this morning. I'll say it again. Jaffe's right. You can hate him. You can call him old and grumpy. You can make fun of his newly minted bald head. He's right. He is right. This is not a good way to treat the God of War franchise. It's not a very good game. You can like it. You can be giving it a thumbs up and a good score on the PlayStation Store. That's great. That's great. I don't think it's a very good game. And he has a lengthy video out that I scrolled through and showed you some of the highlights from. And I showed you some of my own clips basically arguing why I think this is probably the worst Metroidvania that I've played in a long time. What do you think about the art direction? I think it was a bad choice, personally. I do. When I look at games like Hades and that, like, graphic novel, cel-shaded, comic book-esque art style like a Hades, and then I look at a game like sort of like Prince of Persia, I'm like, man, y'all could have met somewhere in the middle between like a Hades and like a Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. I feel like the art direction was a very bad choice. It looks like a Super Nintendo game, which I love that style. Here's the problem with the art style. There's nothing wrong with like a more classic art style. There's nothing wrong with like pixel art, okay? I'm going to reference a game right now that's completely and totally different, but it's a game called Replaced. And I played the demo on Steam. Replaced is phenomenal. I think Replaced is going to be the indie media darling this year. I think it's going to dominate every indie category it lands in. Its only other real competitor this year, it seems like, is going to be Mugenics. I think both Mugenics and Replaced are going to be like head-to-head in every indie category, okay? I think Replaced is going to edge it out because I think Replaced has got so much to it. It's just so good. Yeah, it's such a banger, isn't it, Wheezy? Here's the thing about art direction. This is actually really relevant to the Highguard discussion. It's really relevant to the Horizon Hunters Gathering discussion, okay? Art direction in the past, you had to do a lot of work. I think one of the reasons like art direction in old games feels like it's better is because there's an edge to it. There's texture to it. They had to work around technological constraints to give their game a sense of texture, like you could touch it and feel it, you know? Like, go back and look at, like, The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. I can still remember those, like, rounded tops of the trees and, like, the little bushes and the ground, right? And the rounded edges and the raised edges of the castle. The reason I can remember those things is because, like, there's texture to it. I feel like I can almost, like, reach out and touch it. Right? With Replaced, the way the lighting cascades through the scenery and the way that the world feels gritty and kind of broken down and old. This is similar to why people really, really loved the beginning, especially season 1 of like Mandalorian versus like the prequels of Star Wars. Like Mandalorian's got texture and age. It's like you feel like it's authentic and it's real. Art direction has to do that. It doesn't just need to look nice. Like if you look at Horizon Hunters Gathering and you look at Highguard, it's nice, it's clean, it's so sanitized. There's no texture. There's like, it's like there's not, it's like it looks like prefab environments and prefab characters and prefab textures. Like they just kind of like dropped everything in and they're like, yeah, give us a character who's a redhead. Give us a character, give us a black guy. Like if they're just telling it to spit out characters, it doesn't feel like there's any texture. When I play God of War Sons of Sparta, I get that feeling. I'm like, yeah. It's almost like they choose the art style. Like, oh, this is the vibe we're going to go for. And then like that becomes the mood board. Instead of God of War being the mood board and being like, how do we contextualize this into the 2D pixel art space? Does that make sense? I feel like they get it backwards. It's like you chose an art style and then that's the driving force in everything. Instead of saying, we'd really like to do something in that art style, let's take God of War as a feel and a vibe and like a Spartan with the shield and the spear and like a bald head. And let's take that and contextualize it into art styles to see if we can't make this work. It's like they get the order backwards. And so what you end up with is something that doesn't feel authentic to the IP. It feels like the IP has been like hijacked by the art. Like if you look at Horizon Hunters Gathering, and you're like, It's like you guys chose this sort of like whimsical, Fortnite Pixar-esque art style, and you're just like shoving Horizon into it. That's the best way I can explain it. It's like all that diligence and all that work. I was listening to some of my older videos about Concord, and I was like, why were people initially, rejecting Concord? And in one of my videos, I quoted an author. I believe that Dickens was asked the question, why are your books so enjoyable to read? And his response was essentially, it's probably because they were so difficult to write. And that is just artistic philosophy and truth in a thimble. Like, that is just a brilliant idea of like, well, you love reading my books because they're so hard to write. He spends all this time probably over like a character in a particular scene and like maybe like a very, very particular dialogue nuance, right? I just watched a scene in The Wire that did this so incredibly well. Like, that show in this one scene just elevated itself for me. McNulty is talking to a guy's mom, and he's like, yeah, I don't believe, that he killed himself. She's like, why didn't you bring it to me? Why did you bring it to her instead? And he's like, because I thought I would take it to somebody who cared about him. It was cold as ice. And it's a powerful scene because he says it and he walks out of the room, and she, like, tears start coming down her face. Because if you know the story, this guy's mom convinced him to do the time. Don't do a plea deal, do the time. And then he gets killed while he's in there. He gets betrayed, and they make it look like suicide or whatever. It is a wonderful scene. It's so powerful, and I guarantee you that, like, they spent time on this scene. Like, we've got to have this land like a cold slam to the face of, like, I took it to somebody who I thought cared about him. And he walked out of the room and she starts crying. I was like, that was as cold as ice. It was so good. It was wonderfully done. That's why art style like this, it's why the guys at Highguard can't understand why we rejected their game immediately. Why was a Dickens book so good to read? It was hard to write it. Why did games look better in the past? They were harder to make. One of the reasons that so many of those games back then have had such like texture and memory for us is because they were so hard to make. And a lot of these games today, they can make these environments so easily, so quickly. Trees, mountain, dirt, castle wall. You know what I mean? Like, it lacks that texture and that substance. It's Barksdale's sister and her son, his nephew. No, he's talking to his mom. He's talking to D'Angelo's mom. What are you talking about? Or is it maybe I have it backwards. Maybe it is her nephew. I thought it was her son. I don't think I've mixed. She cared more about keeping what she had than her own son's life. Yeah, it was her son. You got me all confused. I was like, wait a minute, that was her son. D'Angelo was her son. It was a wonderful scene. Like, I've been enjoying the show up to now, but that scene to me, I was like, oh yeah, you guys are really elevating the character arcs here. This is brilliant. This is freaking brilliant. Oh my gosh. Freaking Omar said, a fat man gave me a scratch I can't itch. I was like, oh, that's a good line. That's a good freaking line. Golly, Omar is such a good character. A fat man gave me a scratch I can't itch. Oh, it's getting so good. The writing's getting better. The characters are getting better. And I'm here to tell you, the reason that these scenes stand out and the reason that they're memorable is they probably took time with these scripts and these scenes and these things. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that's where art style's tilting over. Avon, oh yeah. He said something today. He's like, we got to go deep on these. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's so good. We can't get talking about that show. We'll be talking about that show till the rest of the day. Yeah, golly, he's good. But I think that's why this is all very, very, very related. Like, Highguard's art style, Horizon Hunters Gathering, and just the way just the way that this God of War Sons of Sparta game has landed, I just think is incredibly disappointing. It's just like, it doesn't feel like great care is being taken. There's not this great care that's being taken to have this, like, the reason Horizon's so good is, man, that first trailer, that first game, it's like there's just something about it. There's something that, there's something, you can sense the authenticity and the passion. You know? It's, I don't know. I feel like with this situation in particular, with the God of War Sons of Sparta, because people are gonna jump to the comments. You know, they're gonna react to this. They're gonna tweet about this, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I'm in the public. I'm saying my take. They can say their take. That's totally fine. I welcome the disagreement. I would love to do a show with Jaffe in particular about this, because I feel like he's like, you know, he's absolutely getting kind of like, you know, yelled at and you know, whatever you want to call it, castigated for his takes on this. And I'm like, well, he's right, though. Just because you're liking it, just because the user score is good, doesn't mean, yo, Chrono, thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people over. It's like, Jim, what's popular these days? Metroids? Yeah, make it a God of War. Here's what's frustrating about this, Smooth Jazz. Here's what's really frustrating about this. Do you guys remember when we heard that they were making a God of War Metroidvania, and there were people that are like, that sounds like a really stupid decision. Why would they do that? And I defended it, and I was like, are you kidding me? That could be so good. I would love that, because the combat in God of War is something that commonly gets glossed over by people who claim that it's a movie game. They've never spent a second in the game, because the combat depth in God of War is actually quite good, especially in Ragnarok and in Valhalla. They're, like, if you look at some of the sequences that people put on Twitter, I mean, they're phenomenal. There's so much you can do. People play this game, and I'm like, yeah, you're playing a different game than me. You know what I mean? Joke's on you, Lono. It looks like they knocked it out of the park with Backyard Baseball. Yeah, I know. It's got a great score. D'Angelo is motivated by a lot of things during that, though. There's money organization aspect, also his family, the major one. I'm not going to debate the show, finer nuances of the narrative with you, Omar. I was just picking out a scene that was really, really powerful because of the way he delivered such a simple line. We don't need to get into the finer minutiae of, like, was D'Angelo innocent? I was just saying it was a powerful scene, man. It was such a haymaker of a line, and it was a very basic line. You know? It was excellent. It was excellent. I think God of War Metroidvania could work very well. Look at the new Castlevania and the style, the brutality, and the blasphemous. Yes, the brutality of blasphemous, exactly. Exactly. I didn't even get into that. Like, there's no brutality here. It's all flashy. Like, you know what it feels like to me? It feels like they were careful to honor... They were really, really careful to honor the sort of the lore, right? Like, I feel like the story and the characters and the writing, they were very, very careful to honor all that. I don't think they want to, like, step on that or hurt any of that. But I also think, like, it's very, very obvious to me they didn't really take a hard look at the combat, the brutality, like what Kratos does when he's fighting and what he does to the things that are in front of him. And to me, it really, really doesn't feel like it's... Yeah, we got a huge spike from a suggest. I wonder what that was. Did we land on somebody's video? Yeah, live Gran Turismo 7 brand new daily races. We got a huge bump from that. They must have done something, whoever that was, and shut down. It looks like we like drafted off of somebody else or something. I was like, where did all these people come from? I still feel like Dead Cells is the majoring stick. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, majoring stick. What do you mean? Yeah. When they sent the van from state to state, it was so funny. Oh golly, that was a good one. People seem to like it. The user score is great. Sometimes the game just doesn't resonate with people. I'm not a fan of Witcher 3, but people love it. Sure. And I think that, a common thing... Oh, he meant measuring stick. I don't know if I'd say Dead Cells is the measuring stick. I would say that if you're looking for a Metroidvania with really good combat depth, really good combat... there's something quick, fluid, visceral, and empowering about it. I think Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown is it. I think that's the one. That game's combat is ridiculous. Like, let me see if I can find a good video to show you here. Let's see. Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown combat. Let's see if anybody has like a good combat montage here. Yeah, so this guy here says it took me 6 hours to learn this combo. Okay, so he does time travel. God of War Sons of Sparta could never. Look at this, dude. Now, I'm not saying God of War needed to do this like juggle, Devil May Cry inspired just insanity. But homie, this is it right here. This is excellence in 2D action combat. Absolute excellence. To empower the player to that degree. Like, or you could go to what Arc Systems has done. Okay. Boss is here, later Reforged in chats. All right, see you, Batman. You could do what Arc Systems has done in BlazBlue Entropy Effect X. Oh my gosh, the combat in that is phenomenal. It feels so good. I love the combos, but I never did those in the real game. No enemy lasted that long. Oh, for sure. But there were so many fights that felt so good because of the way that you could move yourself around with the time travel and with the grappling hooks. Like there was one fight in particular where there were grappling hook spots in the boss fight, and it just felt wonderful. I think Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown is probably the best combat system I've ever seen in a 2D like action or Metroidvania game. I think it's absolutely incredible. And I think Shinobi Art of Vengeance is right up there alongside with it. And if you play Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown and you play Shinobi Art of Vengeance and then you come and play God of War Sons of Sparta, you're going to feel like, man, this is Bush League, man. What is this? I think that's the problem. I do. I think that's the problem. I think a bunch of people that don't typically play these games were like, ooh, a God of War game, and they're playing it, and they're like, yeah, this is pretty fun. And for the first hour or so, I think it's serviceable. But like even Sven said, Sven's like super positive, man. He's Mr. Positive around here about games, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting further in, and it's just rough. It's not that it's hard. It's not that you're failing. It's not like a skill issue. It just doesn't feel good. I cleared a whole area last night. I've won fights. I beat bosses. I've cleared challenging fights. I'm like, it just doesn't feel good. It feels very amateur. What do you think of the Rogue Prince of Persia? You know why it didn't click for me? Because there's a forward momentum aspect to it that I just can't get into. Like the whole like forward momentum like parkour thing that they do. I couldn't vibe with that. That's not what I did. I didn't do that with Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. Arc Systems just published it because BlazBlue is the IP. Beats with Tokone. Wait. Who built BlazBlue though? Entropy Effect. Who built it? Like who designed it? Because it feels so good to play. Like who's the developer? I mean, the characters feel awesome. Madam and I couldn't pick a character. They all felt so good. The developer's 91 Act, this says, on Steam. 91 Act. Like, this is what they're known for, I guess. Pretty sure it's some Korean dev. Listen, man, I'm here to tell you, these guys freaking cook. The moment to moment is so dadgum good. Oh my gosh, it's good. going from God of War Sons of Sparta to this, I know they're completely different games. I'm talking about how you feel empowered in the moment to moment, the fluidity, the moving around, and obviously they make it really hard to choose a character, right? You can like watch the little videos of the characters before picking one, and it's really, really hard to pick one. It's extremely difficult. But I think they just absolutely cooked. If we can figure out how to play it co-op, Madam and I were really enjoying it, but the co-op doesn't seem like a genuine form of co-op. It's weird. What game is that? It just came out last week for console. It's called BlazBlue Entropy Effect X. These Asian games were like, the name is long, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, huh? BlazBlue Entropy Effect X, and it is awesome. It is so good. I hope they can add genuine co-op so that way we can Madam and I can play it together. Now put Sons of Sparta gameplay up and show it. Yeah, here, I'll show you. Here. So you saw that there, and here's one of the challenging fights that I recorded for you guys. Now, I obviously messed that. I messed up my opening. That volley is actually pretty good. I just missed. BlazBlue is a ridiculous fighting game. I think their knowledge in fighting games, Typhoon, translated really well into a 2D action platformer Rogue. I think the skill that it takes to make like a well-rounded fighting character, it just translated really, really well. Does this look so bland? Listen, I haven't even got into the minutia of like how there's like 18 different cues, like if they flash purple, if they flash blue, if they flash yellow. Here's the final boss. This is the final enemy right here. Is really tough. BlazBlue is a renowned fighting game. That's my frustration, is like you could have taken the God of War IP and you could have found a studio with the pedigree of like an Arc Systems, like with BlazBlue, or somebody who's worked on a really good Metroidvania, and they just, sadly, they just didn't do it. When it comes to IP mismanagement, would you say them canceling the Blue Point game is a good thing or a bad thing? It's a good thing. It's a good thing, because that to me is a part of a bigger problem that I'm trying to highlight. Somebody somewhere greenlit a God of War live service game, and they also greenlit this Metroidvania, and they handed it to some company who made Backyard Baseball. Like, that's not how you treat your IP. God of War should be treated with more reverence than that. It's an iconic IP. It should be treated with more reverence than that. So yeah, it's pretty good that they canceled Blue Point's God of War live service game. What the frick? Who greenlit that? Why would you do that? It's why the Horizon Hunters Gathering game to me. You want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. If you go back and you watch my my Concord videos, okay? You go back and watch my Concord videos. The thing that I said, okay? Stop disrespecting Backyard Baseball. I mean, you know what I'm doing. You know, I'm using quick sound bites. They just ported it. Whatever. There you go. Matt Pizzatel says, please, Normie Gamers, get something new onto these top 10s, I beg you. Play something different. Please, my goodness, I'm dying over here. Best I can do is Resident Evil Requiem for exactly 2 weeks on release before reverting to the norm. What was I saying? Okay, yeah, you go back to Concord. One of the things I said in my videos about that was the thing that PlayStation really needs to do with its next round of live service games is you need to leverage early access. I referenced how, like, you know, Diablo 4 could be doing much better if they would have done early access. You know, I think that could have been that could have really helped them avoid a lot of their pitfalls. And so from where I sat with, Concord, it was clear they did a lot in secret. They didn't let a whole lot of people, see it or play it. And I said, listen, going forward, you got to get your games out into the market earlier. I said, listen, instead of taking a game and working on it for 5 or 6 years in secret, then be like, here's a live service game. What do you guys think? Why don't you do like an incubation project for 2 years, get a good concept going, show it to the public, and then let the public play it and help shape it? I think what they're doing with Horizon Hunters Gathering is like, it's a little too late. I feel like way too much time has passed. And with way too much time passing, I think it's basically almost a finished product. Lono, do you want to become an anti-Sony grifter? Yes, because when I'm critical of something Sony does, that's obviously what I'm doing. I know it's hard when you're insecure and you like something and somebody criticizes, you have to come up with a label to throw at them. But sorry, I don't like a Sony property that came out that I feel like is a bad game. If that makes me an anti-Sony grifter, whatever you have to do to call names to somebody that you disagree with because you can't interact with what they're saying. I think getting the pulse of the public is more important than trying to be secretive and novel. I completely agree. Wasn't Herman Hulst the one who greenlit this game? Listen, if Herman Hulst greenlit a God of War Metroidvania, that doesn't mean he's the one who selected the studio who made it. Can you imagine a God of War Metroidvania that looked like that Castlevania game that we saw a trailer for? Can you imagine? Like, I don't think the idea was bad. I defended the idea when people were like, a God of War Metroidvania sounds stupid. And I was like, brothers, it could be awesome. What are you talking about? Like, just because Herman Hulst had the idea, greenlighting, is not the issue. It's the fact that they handed it to a studio with no pedigree in this environment at all. Guerrilla sent me a survey on Horizon Hunters Gathering. I think they're taking it seriously. The graphical style could be better before launch. I think graphical style needs a switch. It needs to feel more like Horizon, and I think they really need to consider letting you make your own character. I don't know how you can go into the world of Horizon and not let me create my own character. Crimson Desert has no microtransactions. It's meant to be a premium experience. I'm telling y'all gotta be looking at the bigger picture with that game. I'm telling you, man, something is. There is something's going on with that game, boys. I don't know what it is, but my spidey sense tingles every time I see Crimson Desert in the headlines. Like, the marketing and the trailers, in my opinion, have been so misleading, and now we're doing this, like, heightened amount of interviews. I think it's to posture transparency. I think it's compensation. I mean it. It feels like they're compensating. Like, you're doing so many interviews, and it's like, where is the raw, uncut console gameplay? And you've done, like, your 7th interview about the game. Okay. All right. Okay. It's like when your buddy calls out sick, and the next day when he's at work, he's like, oh, man, it was real bad, bro. It's like, listen, you don't need to compensate with me. It's fine that you called in sick. I don't need you to convince me that you were sick. It's like, oh wow, the marketing for this seems like it's too good to be true. Oh wow, they keep trotting out PC gameplay on the PlayStation channel. Man, we can't get raw, uncut gameplay on the console. This is really interesting. And it's like interview. And it's like, huh, that's interesting. It's like posturing transparency when there's a clear lack of transparency. That doesn't set any alarm bells off for you guys. It does for me. It's from the Black Desert Online devs, and I know how it is. If you already know how Black Desert Online works, you know what to expect here. It'll be a more polished Ubisoft formula. I see a scope creeped project if I've ever seen one. It looks so scope creep, dude. Like, it's just ridiculous how much they're going to let you do in that game. I'm super skeptical. If that plane lands and that game is incredible and it runs well and all the systems are awesome and it's hailed as a triumph, I will be shocked. I will be absolutely shocked, boys. It has all the hallmarks of a bill of goods to me. It just seems too good to be true. It just seems way too good to be true. And the amount of interviews... okay. All right. He replied to me on Reddit, by the way. He replied to me on Reddit. He said, I'll keep you in mind. We have 50 days until launch. Got to keep the momentum up. I have a feeling, given the way I've covered the game, I'm probably not going to get an interview, and that's okay. I'm not trying to have a Diane Sawyer moment. I'm not trying to ambush somebody, and I'm not trying to hurt your game. That's not my goal. I want the public to be given a clear look at the game. That's what I want, and I'm not going to get it. I know I'm not going to get it. We are not going to see raw, uncut console gameplay of Crimson Desert, before it comes out. I feel it in my bones. It's not going to happen. It isn't. We're going to walk all the way to the launch date, and we're never going to get a solid look at that game on console. Let's see here. I got 2 questions in here from members that you can submit questions like this. Minstree says, do you think there's a bias for PlayStation games getting better previews on PlayStation? The reviews for Sons of Sparta make no sense. Well, let's look at something here. I feel like Horizon, the Lego Adventure Horizon game started out really strong, and then it landed as a 3.61. Like, this is a bad score for a piece of PlayStation property, okay? I will say that God of War Sons of Sparta on PlayStation is already got a very, very strong score after 5,000 ratings, okay? It's a 92. We'll see if when this jumps from 5,000 to 7,000 or 8,000, if this drops. We'll just have to see. I happen to think that the more people play it and the longer they play it, I think this score will drop. Will it drop to a bad score? No, I don't think so. I think people are having fun. I don't think they're lying. I don't think they're like compensating because it's, because it's PlayStation or something. I don't think that's what's going on at all. I just think people are having fun in those first couple of hours, and it's God of War, and they're like, this is a cool idea. Oh, it was $30 too. I think people are a little more, a little more generous with the $30 game. They're like, yeah, I'm having fun. They give it 5 stars. Honest question, because I don't know. Can you change your review score on PlayStation after you make one? Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. I actually don't know, Wheezy. Crimson will run at 60 constantly, bro, on consoles. What makes you say that? They won't show us the game doing that. Why do you think that? The game comes out in like a couple of weeks, and they won't show us the game doing that. That's a higher score than Lost Crown. The score is too high. Well, Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, unfortunately, didn't get the greatest treatment because I think people were instinctively mad because they wanted the Prince of Persia remake, the Sands of Time remake or whatever. I'm here to tell you, this is one of the best Metroidvanias you can play right now. This is top shelf excellence if you like Metroidvanias. This is one of the best. It's up there with Ori and Hollow Knight. Undoubtedly in my mind. If you want like the top 3, it's like Ori 1 and 2 are kind of a pair. Both the Hollow Knights are kind of a pair, and then this is number 3. I think this is excellent. This is easily one of the best. Prince of Persia was like $50. That probably hurt it as well. I think people wanted the Prince of Persia, and the Sands of Time remake. They didn't get it. I think people took it out on this game. I also think people were kind of weird about, the hairstyle and the race of the main character, as they tend to do. But overall, I think it's I think it's one of the best Metroidvanias you can play. People hate Ubisoft. I've seen tons of people just hating on the game because they hate Ubisoft. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I have Lost Crown for the Switch, but I haven't got to it yet. I don't know how well it runs on Switch. You need it to run really, really well. Excuse me. You need it to run really, really well because it's a very, very fast-paced game. It's a very intense game. If you guys have not hit... hang on a minute. If you guys have not hit the like button or the subscribe button yet, consider doing that. That does support me. How does Sons of Sparta compare to Tales of Kinserazao for you? Tales of Kinserazao also had what I felt like was pretty amateurish combat. I didn't like it. It didn't feel good to play that game. I loved the vibe, art direction, soundtrack, voice acting. I loved it. But the combat, I felt the same frustration with it. It felt very amateurish. It felt very hard to get into a flow state. They set up like really awkward positioning at times and stuff. I felt Tales of Kinsera wasn't that good in that department. I liked the guy behind it. He seems like a really sweet guy. You know, he made the project as a part of way for grieving his dad. I think that's really touching. I found the combat in it to be very lacking. This is part of the problem, okay? If you play Sekiro and then you play, you know, First Berserker Kazan and Lies of P and Elden Ring, okay? And then you play a game with that kind of combat, like melee-based combat with like parries, dodges, blocks, or whatever. If it's not built well, if it doesn't feel very good to play, you're gonna have a hard time enjoying it because you've played some of the best, right? Prince of Persia runs at 60 on the Switch. There's also a Switch 2 version. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, as long as it runs fine on the Switch, you'll have a blast with it. Like, I mean that. If you played Sekiro, and then you played First Berserker Kazan, and then you played Lies of P, and then you played Elden Ring, and then you try somebody's new, you know, Souls-esque, melee-based-esque game or something, or yeah, maybe you also played Devil May Cry, like whatever one you think is the best Devil May Cry, and then you come to a game that's trying to do that kind of thing. If it was like amateurish and Bush League and not that well designed, you'd be like, it's just not very good. It's not that it's bad. It's not that it's garbage. You're just like, I think that's the problem that I have with God of War, Sons of Sparta. I have played the best Metroidvanias that are out there. This ain't even close. And I think that's the problem. I think a lot of the people that are playing it, enjoying it, and giving it a good review, I think they probably haven't really played one of these games in a while. They couldn't tell you why one felt better than another. They haven't, like, I've thought about everything. Yeah, Guacamelee 1 and 2 are amazing Metroidvanias. Guacamelee 2 is fabulous. It's a really, really good evolution of the first one. But, like, they might not even be able to tell you why one Metroidvania like feels better than another. I've thought about all of this. I've thought about fluidity of motion. I've thought about player volition in a multi-directional way. Like if you play like really, really old style Metroidvanias like Axiom Verge. I don't like Axiom Verge. It's too like lateral and vertical and rigid. Like player volition and fluidity is really choked in Axiom Verge. So I thought about that. I thought about attack telegraphs. I thought about movements, timing. I think about all these things. So when I end up praising a game like Prince of Persia or Shinobi Art of Vengeance or Nine Souls, it's because it's going into all those little minor details and they're all so well done. It's like a finely tuned orchestra. It just like hums. There's this internal harmony. And then when I go into this God of War game, nothing feels finely tuned. The only thing that feels good and finely tuned is the parry. And again, because of forward momentum, because of contact damage, because of the cluttered visual noise of combat, the parry just doesn't feel that consistent. It's the same as a movie critic. They've seen all the different story plot lines, and it gets harder and harder to impress an old critic versus a younger one. Oh, for sure. I bet you they get very, jaded and cynical. Even if it weren't for the contact damage issue, the combat in general doesn't look at all fun or engaging. Well, like, look at the fight that I showed with that tree. it's absurd. Like, there's just stuff everywhere. And you're like, what the heck is going on? Like, you don't feel empowered to finesse the fight. It just feels like an absolute just cluster of nonsense. And then as Sven said in the Discord, and I've said many times, I end up feeling like I just face tank my way through fights. It's more frustrating. I think this is a really good point I want to make here. It's actually more frustrating to try to like finesse or flow state a fight in God of War Sons of Sparta than just to face tank your way through it. Like, you end up I become very pragmatic about it. I'm like, I'm sitting here fighting for timing and parries and wanting to feel flow state like water, like they can't touch me. I'll forget all that. I'll just be pragmatic about it. So I'll like stab, 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 and then I like intentionally dodge, stab, 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 intentionally dodge, stab, 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 intentionally dodge. And it's just like, it's not good. I just finished Reanimal. What an incredible video game experience. The final sequence absolutely breathtaking. Audio design's phenomenal. Truly grateful for this experience. John Lindemann says, couldn't agree more. I really want to check out Reanimal with Madam. That could be a fun stream with you guys, because you guys like seeing us play co-op games. Maybe we should do that this weekend. Like as a separate segment. You know what I mean? Maybe we should do it as like a separate segment. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, try to get us to 300 likes. I do not know what happened a while ago. We got featured or we got put somewhere, and a lot of you guys that are watching through were featured or put somewhere on like the YouTube homepage. Whatever YouTube's doing, if you're not chatting, totally fine. Feel free to lurk. But consider hitting subscribe, because that's free. Consider hitting like, that's also free. That supports me, that supports the video. It also guarantees that you can come back on these other days where we do streams. I stream Monday through Friday. I keep it safe for work. We talk about everything going on in the gaming industry, and we greatly appreciate you guys being here. We don't need to continue to beat this dead horse, though. We could talk a little bit about the Highguard situation. I have a video that I think should be ready later today. I'm hoping it's ready later today. I'm not certain about the Highguard situation. I took time to really carefully write a script and go through all of the finer points of that game and why it's I think it's getting what it deserves. It's not some kind of a brigade or a hate campaign or anything like that. It wasn't review bombed. Alex says, Dense Fanboys, PlayStation only makes movie games with no gameplay. PlayStation releases gameplay-focused game at $30. Dense Fanboys, where are the movie games? I don't think anybody's saying that here. I don't know who you're talking to. I was like, here's the thing about this game, Alex. I was I was really looking forward to it. I was super stoked when they're like, oh, they shadow dropped it. Oh my gosh. Right? And I'm criticizing it as a Metroidvania and as a 2D platformer. It's not good in those departments, like, at all. It's extremely amateurish. The studio that they had make it does not have pedigree in this game genre. They don't. They do not have pedigree in the genre that they made the game. They shouldn't have been selected. Do you think Highguard will shut down later this year? I think Highguard will shut down later this month. They're done. There's no way. Yeah, they dipped under 800 players concurrent. I can't see how the game survives. Listen, I played it on Saturday. You guys went a little crazy on Saturday, right? Somebody came in that mysteriously only comes in on Saturdays and goes crazy when we need to hit goals like that. I don't know who they are, but they always mysteriously show up on Saturdays. Anyways, they helped us hit the goal. They weren't alone. Some of you guys that are here all the time also went crazy. But yeah, we hit the goal, and so I played Highguard. Madam played Highguard, and I don't get it. Like, I truly don't get how they played that privately and like came to the conclusions that they came to. $2 super chat. Not a multiplayer guy, but what's with hating on 4Loop? I mean, I don't know if I was hating on 4Loop. I think 4Loop is starting to look a little bit better. I still think it looks very disposable. It looks like a game that you would play for like a week or like a weekend with your buddies and then kind of forget it and move on. I don't know. I think it has potential. The boss fight didn't win me over, but the boss fight made me say, okay, maybe they have something here that could be fun for $30, for $40. But yeah, I don't, if people are hating on 4Loop, it doesn't look great. I will say that. Bunch of game modes wearing a trench coat. I don't get it. I don't have anybody played that privately. Like, I come from a long line of PvP games. I was there when the old Magic was written, okay? I started my PvP journey with Quake 2. Not Quake 3, Quake 2. Quake 2, then Quake 3, then Rocket Arena, okay? Then Unreal Tournament and Call of Duty, okay? I've been there since the idea. Actually, one of the first PvP games I ever played was Rise of the Triad. Peer-to-peer, I played it against my buddy from church, and we would like make our own maps and stuff. Okay? So yeah, I'm Wheezy saying, relax, Grandpa, I'll get your walker. That's right. Okay? I got some of y'all starting to call me Unk, okay? I'm not Unk status, so please, I don't need to be called that. But I was there before some of y'all were even born playing PvP games. That's right, FCAT. ROT. R-O-T-T, Rise of the Triad. Now listen to me now. I can't imagine anybody hang on. I can't imagine anybody with even an inkling of experience in the PvP realm playing Highguard and being like, this is a killer. This is a guaranteed success. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it at all. Here's the thing that's crazy. I think we are unks. Okay, that's fine. If I'm monk status, I'm monk status. Whatever. But here's the thing. I actually enjoyed the part of the game where we were fighting over the sword the most. And then like the intensity of like, okay, here comes the sword. Try to stop the guy with the sword, right? I felt like that was pretty fun. There are people that hate that part. And they prefer the part where they're attacking and defending, because that's more like search and destroy. There's more of a back and forth, more of a, more of that sense of like, okay, we can reinforce, we can fight, we can take up positions, we can use our abilities, what have you. I disliked that part of the game the most. Okay. So that's a huge problem and a huge dilemma. I don't know how that got through testing phase with anybody who was being honest. Nobody said, this really feels like two completely different games. Like, what if I don't really like fighting for the sword? It's kind of like a classic CTF match. What if I really don't like attacking and defending? You've got two game modes in one, and if there's one thing we know about people who play these types of games, they usually have a preference in a direction. They either live in Search and Destroy or they live in CTF, or for me and my friends, we lived in Headquarters and Team Defender in Call of Duty. Those are the game modes we hung out in. We never went in Search and Destroy. We didn't like Team Deathmatch, right? So it's like, what on earth, what level of echo chamber were you guys living in that not a single person said, yeah, this might not be a good idea? And then, beyond that, nobody said that one game lasting 8 minutes and feeling fast and intense and bombastic, and then another game lasting over 30 minutes, like when I was playing and we successfully defended or something, I was like, we did it. Now we get to play more. And I was being, sarcastic. I was making fun of the game. Madam, in an almost exasperated state, was like, what? Like, really? She wasn't even playing. And she was like, it's not over? It's not over? What? You had to play more? Like, to go from like an 8-minute match to a match that's longer than a Friday night sitcom, you're like, what? That's a single match. When Madam was playing, At one point, they were defending, and it seemed like they were going to successfully defend. And I said, it had been such a long match. I told her, I said, I want you to win, but I kind of just want it to be over. It's almost like, who cares if you lose at that point? You're so done. You're so worn out. You're so annoyed. Just freaking end it. Just end the match. Again, I don't understand how internally Highguard gameplay didn't have anybody say, that is too big of a swing of experience. Now, yes, in a battle royale, you can play for 2 minutes or make it all the way to the end and win, but that's largely determined by your own choices. If you hot drop, you know you might die in about a minute. If you stretch, drop, you know your likelihood of having a longer game is increased. Maybe you make it even to the middle of the match or the end of the match, what have you, but you know you're going to be down there for longer. Your life expectancy goes up because you're not dropping into a hot spot. You don't really have a say in the quickness or the shortness of Highguard. It's just, oh yeah, we stomped or got stomped, or oh man, this is a really tough one. This is a really big back and forth. It's taking for frickin' ever. I do not understand how they were in such a ridiculous echo chamber. It's absurd. It is absurd. I genuinely am like, I don't know how did you guys, nobody told you? You know what I mean? This guy says, Lamau, I didn't make the game. Oh yeah, I forget what I was talking about where I said that. Only solution is a PvE image to prevent manipulation. You start slaying out. You won't be in PvE lobbies for long. I don't really think you can manipulate the PvE and the aggression-based matchmaking in Arc Raiders. Anyways, I have a suspicion Highguard is the result of someone getting told no, pointing to the established PvP experience, and then went off to do it anyway, and it failed for the same reason they were told no. I've got a video. I'm not sure if it's going to be coming later today or not. I'm not sure if my editor was able to get it done. I gave it to him last night, and it was in the evening. It was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock. And I was like, I know this can't go out tonight. I said, maybe, I'd like to have it. I don't know if I told him to have it ready for tomorrow. I don't know if I actually said that. What did I say? I'm gonna put this in front. Obviously, yeah, I said obviously it will have to run tomorrow. Yeah. It's about Highguard, and I talk about that in the video, just about how there are so many things here to learn from and to glean, but to also just see the POV of the video is that they will fail again. These guys, anybody associated with the project, anybody who defended the project, anybody who provided feedback for the project, you're all going to fail again. That's the point of the video. So I think we'll try to run that later. Lasertag had rot LAN matches before Halo, before internet cafes existed. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Rot was fun. I have suspicion Highguard was the role of pointing your strategy. Oh, yeah, that was the thing. I make a reference to that next to-ish in the video. I talk about how when nobody has the heart to tell somebody they can't sing and then they go on American Idol, and sometimes you're like, oh man, I can't believe nobody told this person they were no good. Sometimes it becomes clear that they wouldn't have listened anyway. Sometimes the way they respond to being told they're no good, it's like, you know what? God himself could have split the clouds and told you were bad at singing and you wouldn't have believed it. You'd have pressed on and you'd have shown up anyway. You know the type. You know the type, y'all. They won't listen. It reminds me of the phrase, that girl doesn't have a mirror or a best friend. Yeah. It feels that way at times. You're like, did nobody tell you guys did not a single person say, I don't know, y'all. Are y'all sure about this? You know, you sure about that? It's like that meme. You sure about that? That's what it feels like to me. Too many devs are too afraid to look at things with a critical eye. Too much auto-fellation going around. Everyone's so busy to pat themselves on the back for a good job before the consumer sings their praises. Gee, I wonder why this happened this way. Yeah, I don't really talk about this in the video, but it's like, to me, one of the reasons that they are coming up with all these excuses and all these, like, yeah, here's why it did bad, or they're blaming, you know, they're basically blaming the public and the gamers, is because they were convinced it was so good, they have to come up with some sort of, like, almost like a conspiracy. So, like, the guy that wrote the lengthy post, I don't have this in the video, and I looked at this earlier. I just want you to look at what this guy said. And while I'm reading through this, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, take a quick second and hit that like button. We're super, super close to 300 likes. So he says, hi, I grew this red apple in my yard. Would you like it for free? If you like it, I accept tips, but no pressure. This person responds as, I only like green apples. Also, there's a weird bump on it. I'm going to make sure all of my friends review bomb your Yelp page over this. Okay, let's just stop. Let's just stop for a second, because we've already gone into Delulu land, and we're not very far into the post. Okay, first and foremost, nobody said, I only like green apples. Like, the issue that people had with Highguard was not that, yeah, we only like this particular type. You came to the market and said, we have a new breed of apple. We have a new breed. And you went to people who really like apples, and you said, we got a brand new breed here. This is special. This is unique. You're going to love it. And you don't want to know what happened? It didn't have a bump on it, by the way. It had, like, actual problems, glitches, and bugs. It's very clear that you guys brought something to the market that wasn't even ready. You know what I mean? The arrogance and the hubris to, like, your only level of ownership here is like, oh, there's a weird bump on it. You know what I mean? Not like, oh, wow, you picked, not only did you bring apples to the market that you're trying to convince everybody is like a new breed, you also brought them before they were ready. They're not even ripe yet. Okay? Yeah, and what Zubair's saying. Also, it's like 3 of them glued together. Oh yeah, we heard you guys liked different game modes. Well, this game has multiple game modes in one. It's like, yeah, we heard you like apples, so we ran a skewer through this, so 3 apples at once. What do you think about that? It's a Granny Smith, it's a Fuji, and it's a Gala. Here you go. And you're like, golly, what? Why would you do this Frankenstein piece of fruit here and insist that it's new or whatever? Oh, also, you named your apple a synonym of another popular brand. Like, Highguard's literally a synonym of Overwatch. Okay? Like, the level of delusion, the lack of self-awareness, the inability to, like, self-reflect. It's like, what? There was a great response under this. Can you find it for me, Rope? Because the guy deleted his Twitter. Or, you know, he went completely private and just vanished. It's why I'm not showing his name or his user account. I don't care to show him his name or his user account. I'm not trying to target anybody. I'm just pointing out the absolute, just unashamed, unadulterated hubris and delusion it would take to type something like this. And here's the thing. People can hand wave this and say, well, he got in his feelings and he was really upset and he typed that from emotion. No. What he's demonstrating in this post is the culture at the studio. He's demonstrating the DNA and the culture of the studio. This is what they thought of their game. This is what they thought of their product. This is what they thought of everybody's response to said product. I'm serious. That's what this is right here. Bungie levels of hubris. I got to tell you, I don't think I'd ever see somebody outdo Bungie. I didn't think I'd ever see anybody outdo Bungie in hubris. But, buddy, this is it. This is it right here. This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd. Like, Bungie will admit when they screw up. Like, Bungie's hubris is like, well, we can screw up. own it and then fix it, and then everybody will celebrate us. This is like, we didn't screw up at all. This is your fault. It's just got a little bump on it. Just eat around it. What the frick is your problem? We made something amazing. Just consume it, please. It's so much, no, it's the children who are wrong energy. That's right. I think that demonstrates the DNA and the culture of the company. Guys, we are about 3 hours into the stream. We're going to keep it going. Make sure and check your primes and your renewals. I haven't even had to pay up a single member yet. We're 18 on the week, and 25. Every 25, I have to gift one. So don't forget, you want to get credit if you're paying for your membership. If you have a prime, you want to get credit for that. David Jaffe hates Sons of Sparta. I spent a good portion of today telling everybody why Jaffe's right. It's not a good game. I had my own clips and my own criticisms. I went through his lengthy video and looked at all the things he's actually pointed out. Everybody who's dismissing him is like, oh, he's being grumpy, bitter, Jaffe, whatever. They're not engaging with what he's saying. He's dead on right. It's a very, very Bush League amateur Metroidvania. It's not very good. It's not how you should treat an IP. The pedigree of the studio that built it is not at the level of, you would not, I don't know why they gave I don't know why they gave the studio the project. They did not do a good job with it. I feel bad they're getting harassed, but this stuff is like when you see someone getting bullied over something understandable, then going, I don't condone it, but I get it. Well, here's the problem. One of the reasons that trolls and people who who harass people online like this, like over a game, one of the reasons that that's so frustrating is, number one, they're constant. They're going to do this every time a bad game comes out. I especially don't like when they are used as a shield. I think it's incredibly frustrating when toxically positive content creators and pundits and bloggers, as well as a studio, uses trolls as a shield. Everybody's being mean and hateful. People just like to hate on things. It's like, that's a convenient piece of armor that you can put on to completely nullify all criticism. I tell you what, you keep doing that, because there are always going to be trolls. Everything you launch, every game that comes out, every project is going to have people hating on it, is going to have people being nasty, is going to have people harassing. They're constant. They're always there. I tell you what, you use them as an excuse to never self-reflect, never own the fact that maybe the product wasn't ready, maybe it wasn't unique, maybe it actually wasn't very good. Keep using them as a piece of armor and as a shield, and you'll never improve, and you'll never, ever, ever learn from your failures. You won't. You'll always have an excuse. You'll always have shielded plot armor. We were harassed, and people review bombed, and people were unkind. Yes, welcome to the internet. This is what people do. It's horrible. It's awful. No, they shouldn't do it, but you also shouldn't use them as a shield to protect yourself from genuine criticism and feedback, which seems like you didn't expect any. You just expected the people to either love your game or not talk about it. I don't think pedigree is the best indication of failure. So many times have mass studios surprised us. Right, but here's the thing. Boom. BPM boom. If I've got an IP that I love, okay? Like, let's say Sucker Punch was like, you know what? There's been some pretty cool platformers that have done really cool things with, like, samurai games and, like, melee and parry systems. Let's do a Tsushima 2D action game. I would want them to go to a studio that had proven pedigree building something like that, because it's not easy. Like a Nine Souls. Go to that studio. You know? The problem with Sons of Sparta is that he isn't God of War yet. He's Joe Schmo. I think that hurts it too, AOZ. And I think this is where David Jaffe, his criticism is getting lost, because people are like, oh, he's just a bitter X. But he's like, who wants to play as like a kid who's not the God of War yet? It's not like a prequel mission where you're like, oh, cool, it's a young Kratos. It's like, no, play a whole game as a young Kratos who's we like to play as heroes. We like to play as characters that we aspire to be like. They're strong, they're brave, they're courageous, they're mighty, they're whatever. And It's like a kid who's kind of finding his way. Like, you want to play a whole game like that? Like, one of the reasons that, the sections of Ragnarok where you play as Atreus, one of the reasons those sections are so criticized is because they get a little long in the tooth, like the one where you're riding around on the yak. It just takes way too long. And secondly, Atreus' combat is super, super one-dimensional. And at that point in the game, Kratos is really starting to get awesome and get a lot of new things and a lot of cool, vibrancy. And all of a sudden you're just like, I have 3 attacks and I'm a kid. And so, but the thing that redeems it is you don't spend the whole game as Atreus. You spend the rest of it as Kratos, which many people were like, oh, an Atreus spin-off game might not be very good. They might be right, now that we've kind of played a game where, it's like, I don't really like the character. I don't really want to play as a teenage version of somebody. As soon as Sons of Sparta came about, the game took a wrong turn. User reviews disagree. Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm not talking about... Here's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying people are hating it. I'm not saying the public is disliking it. I'm saying in the realm of Metroidvanias, this is one of the lowest quality ones I've played. That doesn't mean that people can't like it and have a good time. I've always said user score is a great barometer. In this case, I think people are giving it a good score because they like it. It's God of War, and it's a serviceable platformer. If you're a big fan of Metroidvanias and 2D action games, this is incredibly amateur and Bush League. It's not well built. It's got all sorts of internal dissonance and problems with how combat flows, how movement flows, all of it. I mean, it feels like a rough first pass from a studio that's never made a game like this. Great review scores on PlayStation. Yeah, I mean, good for the people that are enjoying it. I'm not trying to convince anybody to uninstall it. I'm not trying to convince anybody that, you should not get this game because you're going to have a terrible time. I'm just like, if you get this game, this is the experience that you're going to have. You always go to user score. You can't start picking and choosing when you use it. I mean, did you interact with anything I just said? Because it seems like you didn't. Did you turn the volume off and pause the video and then type that? Because I just said people are clearly giving a good score and having a good time. That doesn't negate any of the criticisms that I've come up with. In the realm of Metroidvanias, in the realm of 2D action games, this feels like a first pass. It feels amateur. It feels Bush League. And plenty of people who either don't play tons of 2D action games, they don't play tons of Metroidvanias, they're like, hey, I'm having a fun time. It's a new God of War game, and they're giving it a good score. I've not once been like, this game is absolute trash, and you shouldn't buy it. I've been like, if you're a big fan of Metroidvanias, I feel like you're going to find this game to be incredibly lacking. Even Sven, Crinab, I think you need to consider this as well. Sven was at first in the Discord yesterday. He's like, I don't know, Lono. I'm having a really good time with this. I was having a really good time in the first hour myself. I was defending it. People were coming in and kind of hating on it, and I was like, you guys aren't really giving this a shot. You've watched for 5 minutes. There's a lot that could be good here with the gear system, especially. I was like, man, this could end up being very, very good. It's too early to say. I got to the second hour, the third hour. I've now put 6 hours in the game, and I'm like, yeah, this game makes a lot of mistakes. I disagree, and plenty do. I played a ton. Not saying it's perfect. There are some issues, but it's still a good game. Yeah, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't play it and that that it's bad. And I'm saying it feels amateur. It feels Bush League. I think I could argue the combat system's actually bad, but you can eat around that if you don't care about the things that I highlight. Lono's never once said that the user score is wrong. He just said the game doesn't meet up to par with other quality Metroidvanias. That's completely fair. Yeah, I would never argue that the user score is wrong. If you were here earlier, Crinab, somebody highlighted the user score on Metacritic. I rejected that. I said, no, that's not legitimate. That's obviously people review bombing. Metacritic user score is a frickin' joke. I think the user score is fine. I think it represents probably a lot of the people playing it are not coming fresh out of really high quality Metroidvanias. Because I just came from Mio Memories in Orbit and Crypt Custodian to, I think Mio's got some criticisms as a Metroidvania. It turns into more of a punishing platformer at the end. But Crypt Custodian is I think, one of the best Metroidvanias I've played. How your tune has changed? What do you mean how my tune has changed? With regard to what? Take the name God of War off the game and it's forgotten in a week. If you take the name God of War off of the game, forgotten, nobody would have paid any attention to it. It just would have been another little indie Metroidvania. Nobody would have paid any attention to it. And just like Mio Memories in Orbit, I think people would have bought it, reviewed it, and been like, yeah, this isn't the best Metroidvania. Like, Mio Memories in Orbit excels in art style, soundtrack, and vibes, but it fails in a lot of other areas. I was only defending the game day one because I felt like people were coming in, watching for 5 minutes, and they're like, this looks super bland and boring compared to other games. And I'm like, yeah, but it just started. Metroidvanias always start out very basic. Like, the first initial enemies that you kill in Ori or Hollow Knight or Prince of Persia, it's usually very basic. Your optimism was high when you first started playing? Yeah, because I was excited to play a God of War Metroidvania. I'm a huge Metroidvania fan and I love God of War. Yeah, I was optimistic. And I thought people were being very dismissive. In the first hour, I had no major issues. I was like, no, yeah, this is fine. It's basic as most Metroidvanias are when they start out. You want to know also why I was saying what I was saying? Because I had seen clips like this. Watch some of these boss fight clips. Watch some of this. It's coming up. Hang on. I rewound it so you guys wouldn't miss it. I had seen clips of the game where bosses and exchanges of combat were in the game that told me there's so much we haven't seen. That guy, her up there, this eagle griffin thing, this guy here slamming the ground. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see why I was optimistic? Look at this. Look at these clips. Look at these bosses. I was like, guys were dismissing the game after seeing 5 minutes of the first hour. And I'm like, y'all need to give this thing some time. I gave the game some time. And I was like, no, man, this game's not very good. Wouldn't you rather somebody go into a game optimistic, like, hey, man, I think you guys are being too dismissive. I think we got to get a little bit further in the game. And I got a little bit further in the game. And instead of being like simping for it or whatever weird phrase people use now, I'm like, nah, y'all, it's not, I don't think it's very good. $5 super chat from Broken Earth. User reviews could benefit from this user also played X or Y game. You know, that feels like it could be an important information. I feel like this will likely not end up in any of the criticisms that I typically get. This will probably get ignored, right? Because it's very easy to go in the first hour and be like, oh, look, classic pony defending the game. And then when I actually continue to play it and then I come back, I'm transparent, I'm honest, I'm critical, you probably won't hear any of that. You know what I'm saying? I was just noting the difference. Did you watch me play the game when I first played it, JC? Did you watch it on my stream or did you see a clip? Genuinely curious. I have a hunch. That I had people in the chat that day who are known to be anti-PlayStation and they were getting their jabs in. And I finally said, listen, man, I think a lot of you guys are saying this from a place of like your defaults to be anti-PlayStation. We're 5 minutes into the dadgum game and you guys are saying it's not any better than all these other Metroidvanias. And it's like, I've played those other Metroidvanias. They all start out very basic. They all start out very meager. And then you build in power and versatility, verticality, you know, your how ferocious you have. You give it a thorough evaluation. All right. Well, If that convinces some people who think that they know me and think they know how I operate, then good. I think it'll be unlikely to land in any of the places where I get lots of criticism. I think it'll probably be ignored because it doesn't fit a predetermined narrative. You know? That's my prediction, is it doesn't fit a predetermined narrative of me being like, yeah, this game's actually, I don't actually think this game's any good. Wheezy says, why wouldn't he be optimistic? I was optimistic. Yeah, and I can eat around an art style if the gameplay delivers. I don't like the art style, but because I actually thought the art style was going to get better once I got into the boss fights, but I could have ate around the art style if there was a fluidity to it and a what feels like a really good empowered like player volition, you know. I don't understand what Krina is even arguing anymore. They're saying the things Lono is saying, but Lono is just like less accepting of those issues. Who in chat are you referring to? Oh, Krina says, this ticks the right boxes for Metroidvania genre for me. Good exploration and good unlocks. Combat isn't perfect, especially with the bosses, but other than that, it's great. And users are also thinking so. Yeah, I actually think map design and map flow with respect to fast travel is just as stupid. Like last night I cleared an area and I was like, all right, I want to go back to a campsite. I'm kind of low on health. Do you want to know what the most effective way to do that was? Was to let an enemy kill me. Like, that's just dumb. Like, just let me fast travel back to the campsite. Like, what are we doing here? Like, why flat tire exploration? Like, and also the fast travel, you can't even fast travel from campsite to campsite. You fast travel from the temples? Like, what? Why limit it? It's super weird. It doesn't, I don't know. Like, even from a Metroidvania standpoint of, like, exploration, it doesn't feel built all that well. Sven says, what you did with Sons of Sparta is what I champion for in every game that's on the fence by players. Sven says, it can still be a passion project. The game just doesn't feel great. I played it for a good amount of time this weekend. The funny thing about the passion project thing is, and this is where I really agree with Jaffe, he's like, that's not a defense. And I'm like, that's exactly right. That's not a defense. You're not like, oh, it's a passion project, so it's okay that it's not any good. It's like, what do you mean? It's like you grab the God of War name. Yeah, the music is actually really good. That is the one of the strongest points of the game. BPM boom, music and trailer. But I've been more Metroid fan than Castlevania fan, so I don't know if it's new or old music. Yeah, I think the music's fabulous. Why does your chat start attacking anyone that disagrees with you? Who attacked you? Let's look at their chat log and see if what you're saying is actually true. I don't see anybody attacking you. I saw somebody say, Weapons said, I don't understand what Krina is even arguing anymore. They are saying the things Lono is saying, but Lono is just less accepting of those issues. Do you feel attacked by that statement? Who else here? Who else do you feel like has attacked you? I'm not seeing anybody having a go at you. Liquid Smoke? Okay, let me look at their chat log. He said, good job ignoring what he said. One of your first responses to me, Krina, it literally sounded like you ignored what I said. You said, again, still not listening to what you said. And then JC came in and he said, another person not listening to what you said. JC, he's not changing his tune. Some people are just mind-numbing. Why come here saying he changed his tune? Liquid Smoke is talking to JC here. I don't see any evidence that someone attacked you. It literally, one of the first things you said to me, Krina, was it did sound like you weren't acknowledging what I said. You just kind of like jumped to well, you can't invoke user score and not do it now. And it's like, I'm not dismissing the user score. I've never once today tried to do that. I opened the show and said, maybe I'm the insane one. Maybe I'm the insane one because everybody seems to be liking it who purchased it on PlayStation. It has a really strong user score. I don't feel like anything that Liquid has said has been unkind to you. Just parry Liquid Smoke's attacks. Yeah, just parry. Come on, skill issue, man. Double Picard facepalm. Yeah, I don't see anybody having a go at you, Krina. I don't. Listen. If you're going to disagree with the streamer, expect people in chats to get maybe prickly if they feel like you did it in a way that maybe they didn't like or something. I think what ticked Liquid Smoke off is you said you always do go to user score, and in this case as well, you can't start picking and choosing when you use it. Now, there could have been stream delay, because I had just got done saying that, yeah, the user score is strong. I'm not saying that the user score is incorrect or wrong. He said I'm fanboying and more. If someone said that towards you, you would say that they're attacking you. He said it sounds like fanboying. If someone came in and said, Lono, it sounds like you're fanboying, I would say, in what way? Can you give me an example of how this sounds like fanboying? Like somebody earlier said, are you just going to be doing the anti-Sony grift now? And I was like, what? Because I'm being critical of a Sony property, it's an anti-Sony grift? I didn't say, how dare you come in and attack me? I said, what are you talking about? Just because I'm being critical of a God of War game doesn't mean I'm doing an anti-Sony grift. Liquid Smoke says, I said it sounded like fanboying. Or common sense. If you disagree with someone in front of 450 people, some of those people might agree or disagree with you. Yeah, I don't think anybody has attacked you. I don't. If somebody came in and said, Lono, it sounds like you're fanboying. Like, maybe, let's take, for example, the day that I was playing it, and they're like, well, it sounds like you're fanboying. I'd be like, I'm not fanboying. I'm literally giving the game a shot. We were not even an hour in, and I had people dogging the game. And I was like, guys, it just started. Like, we're 5 minutes in. And most of the time when I play Metroidvania, I feel like the first hour or so, it's just kind of setting the stage. Very basic. You're not doing anything kind of crazy yet, And then it starts to pick up from there. Saying it sounds like you or that you are fanboying are two entirely different things. I piggybacked off of what Weapon said. Yeah, I don't think it was that big of a deal. Lono notoriously hates Sony. I notoriously hate Sony? Where? I will say, this is one of the few times that I can't make heads or tails as to why this game is getting so much praise. I can't figure it out. I can't. With Silksong, made perfectly good sense to me. Made perfectly good sense. It was like, people love them, they love this genre, and there's that sort of, we like the pain, we'll take the pain of the reruns, of the run backs, right? See ya, you just lost a 33-month sub over the most cordial back and forth, and I said that I don't feel like anybody's attacked you. That's your response? You just lost a 33-month sub. What would you like me to do? Castigate Liquid Smoke for saying that it sounded like fanboying? Do you really feel like that's worthy of announcing your exodus and the canceling of your membership? You don't look strong right now, homie. I don't know if you think this is like a flex or something. You're looking weak. Like, you're looking real weak. I feel like this was a total fair back and forth. Your chat isn't cordial. If this chat is too uncordial for you, I don't know where you're going to hang your hat on the internet, my friend. I don't know where you're going to hang your hat. Somebody said that it sounded like you weren't listening to what I was saying and that it sounded like you were fanboying. If that's all it takes for you to be like, it's not cordial enough here, I don't know if there's a place for you to hang out on the internet that's going to be cordial enough. I don't feel like anybody was unkind. He didn't call you an idiot, a moron. He didn't name call. He didn't go at you. He didn't insult your family. Like, I feel like what he said was so low key, brother. That was like the most mediocre response I think I could ever see somebody have the reaction to that you're having. 2 Spot from Forget Me Not. You think the remake will be like FF7 or RE2? I have no idea. JW is 60 months into VIP Plus. Just got here. I have no idea what's going on, but 60's way more than 33. Love y'all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, JW. I don't feel like that is a worthy reason to feel like you should leave. I don't know. Like, we disagree here. We do back and forths. We debate. We argue. Like, I will passionately and hotly go in on a disagreement. And you've been with me for 33 months. And if what Liquid Smoke did is too much for you, I don't know, man. I don't know how you hung out here as long as you did. Saying I'm mind-numbing isn't calling me a moron? Yeah, I mean, if he felt like... He also said that when JC came in and said what he said. So, I don't know, brother. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like people here are generally pretty respectful. And that was pretty lighthearted from Liquid Smoke. I didn't feel like that was crossing any lines. I literally said, let me look at his chat history. I was like, if somebody's having a go at you, I will tell them to stop. I'm like, hey, chill out on that. I have done that before. I'm like, hey, man, we don't need to be in here name calling and being nasty. We can have disagreements without acting like that. I have definitely called people to cut it out if they're doing that. So that's why I said, who? I'll pull their chat history and I'll take a look at what they're doing. I don't feel like he crossed any lines, dude. I really don't. I literally took the time, because you got a red badge. I took the time to look at the man's chat logs, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's that big of a deal, bro. Now people attack him for not wanting to be here. Weird energy to come after a paying member, whether they agree or not. He's disrupting the entire chat to make it about him over the most lighthearted comment that somebody made at him. What's weird is that you're siding with him, Epsilon. Like, you know what I mean? You guys with red badges, green badges, purple badges, you can take your badge and stay and contribute to the conversation. And that's wonderful. You can also take your badge and leave. Like, that's a choice that you can make. If you feel like it's too nasty or whatever, you can do that. But making it seem like, oh, people are too mean here, and you make it about yourself, and then everybody gets irritated with that, yeah, that's a bit of a vibe kill, bro. Like, you want to side with him? Well, then, exit with him too. You don't have to stay. Nobody's making you stay. Like, I don't know. If you don't like the vibe, if you don't like the way the chat's acting, I don't know. You can be a grown man and walk out the door like anybody else. I'm just saying it's odd to start attacking him after he has chosen to depart. Is it your first day in a live stream? Like, is this your first day? Did both of you simultaneously wake up from comas and forget what live streams are like? What do you think's going to happen in the average live stream when somebody's like, well, people aren't nice here, so I'm going to leave? What do you think the response is going to be? Do you think people are going to be like, that's fine, see you later, buddy? We're all going to be very friendly about what you just did. You think that's how the chat's going to react? Have you ever been in a live stream before where somebody announces their departure like that? Does it go well? Are people chill? Are people really nice about it? Like, what do you... Why would you think that people are be like, yeah, that's fine, bro. That's fine, man. It's all good. No, people are going to be like, you don't have to announce your departure. You can just leave. Lone Wolf says, I've debated with you and other people here for years, and I've never had my fifis hurt enough to where I've wanted to leave, especially when it wasn't even that bad. Yeah, the guy didn't even say anything. It was super chill. I think you can say goodbye without name calling. Maybe I'm in the wrong here. Jiminy Christmas. Jiminy Christmas. Are some of you here that long that you're like, well, it's finally time to stir things up a bit. We're going to announce our departure, and then when people are like rude, we're going to use that as evidence of something. Like, this is the cliche thing that always happens, right? A troll will come in and pop off and say something, and then when they get a reaction, they use the reaction as an indictment. right? Like, being like, I'm out of here. This place isn't cordial enough. That just cost you a 33-month sub. And you guys are like upset that the community didn't receive that well. Fear of the Flesh says, this channel is work-friendly, not child-focused. That's well stated. Liquid says, this guy literally said the same stuff Lono said, but somehow was still disagreeing with Lono because he's got more tolerance for the BS. So I said, it sounds like fanboying. I think that's a perfectly fair thing to say. It's like, you're saying the same things that Lono's saying. It kind of sounds like you're fanboying a little bit. Well, this is just not cordial enough. You just lost a 33-month sub. And then you want to use chat's reaction to that as like an indictment of chat. Like, they're really not nice over there. Like, what the frick? Oh my golly. I'm taking my business elsewhere. It has that energy to it, Chrono. Like, yeah, I've shopped at this store for 20 years, and I'm taking it elsewhere. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to troll. It's just odd. I'm not saying I'm right. I actually think it's not odd at all, Epsilon. I've been doing this for a decade. And when somebody wants to get all pompous on their exit, and they're like, well, that just cost you a 33-month sub, chat isn't gonna take that well. They're not gonna take that well. They are gonna respond negatively to that. I don't think it's odd at all. I think it's quite literally a natural reaction, brother. Speaking of subs, thank you, Zephyroth, for 9 months over there on Twitch. Thank you very much. We're 5 away from the first milestone of the week. Why did we lose a 33-month subscription over some nonsense? Oh, for Pete's sakes. He'll cool off. He'll cool off and be back here tomorrow. That's why I'm saying there ain't no reason to be that way. I don't think anybody was overly unkind or harsh. Come on. What are we even talking about? Cardock ran with a 5-bomb for Twitch. Twitch steals it. I owe Twitch a member. And a 5-bomb from Behemoth. Little too slow, Behemoth. Boom. But now we're 20 away. So you could steal the next one, maybe. But you're going to need a 20 bomb to do it. Let me pay up what I owe Purple. Okay, there we go. Since we're on the topic, does anybody else think that Jaster is kind of a... I tell you what, guys. 5 minutes. Just get your grievances out right now with each other. If you don't like somebody here, you let them know. You tell them that you think they're a butt face, and you tell them that they stink. You let them know right now. This is it. Open season on chat. Just let it out. You guys just let it out. I need to use the restroom, so have fun. I'm back. Okay. Sorry, I was talking with Madam. Did you guys get it all out of your system? Is everybody done yelling at each other? Calling each other mean names? Okay, good. That's it, I'm out. That joke about black people can't swim hurt me, and chat's hurtful. You just lost a 48-month membership. You call me pal. The worst part about my joke is that Mighty Keith didn't even respond. Oh, I miss your war cry about MASH and Javier Cotto. Oh man. I thought it was a good joke, man. I thought for sure that I'd get a laugh or a chuckle out of Mighty Keith. He didn't even acknowledge it. Oh, he didn't even acknowledge it. I was very disappointed. You must read mine above. Lono doesn't read my bad jokes all the time. I'm canceling my 4-year membership. Creature doesn't watch Marvel either. Why am I here? That's it. That's it. What's worse, pal or bud? I think bud is worse than pal, because when someone says pal, you almost assume they're joking around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Someone's like, yeah, you better watch it, pal. If someone says bud, you're like, did you say to me? Broken Earth with the Phi Bomb over there on YouTube. Let's try to end the day with 100 so we're on pace. So we are on pace for the week. Man, I didn't even know what I was clicking on, Sven. Like, how was I supposed to know what that was? It's Black History Month. He can't respond till after. Oh, is that the rules? What about bro? Bro is fine. So we're like, yeah, what's good, bro? What are you doing, bro? You better chill out, bro. Adam says, you just lost a current non-member. I don't contribute financially, just fellowship and whimsy. However, my absence will be felt. That's good, Adam. That's good. Guy? Yeah, but like guy and pal, I can tell somebody's goofing around. Like they're taking the piss. Like I know they're goofing. I know they're being a jerk playfully. When someone's like, yeah, you better watch it, bud. I'm like, who are you calling bud? Or if they do it in like a condescending way, they're like, yeah, whatever you say, bud. You're like, what did you say? But if someone says, you know, pal or, yeah, my guy is right up there with bud. They're like, you're just not making any sense, my guy. I'm like, oh, is that true, my guy? My guy is on the list with bud. It's right there with bud, dude. It's like, what did you just say to me? What about listen here? Yeah, that's my favorite. That's a real attention getter. You just open up your email that way. You don't need any per my previous email. None of that. You just started out with that. Listen here. How excited are you for Hack Zero? The announcement of a beloved JRPG series this morning. I don't know anything about it. I've not even seen it. I'm not a big JRPG guy, so it probably isn't going to speak to me. You know, Big Dog. Big Dog. It depends the tone of Big Dog. Spoilers? Well, say what it's spoilers for, Sven. I have no idea what that spoiler is for. That could be anything. That could be a trailer. That could be a video game. I have no idea what that is. I would put in the headline the show that it's a spoiler for. I literally just out of curiosity clicked, because you guys have used spoilers before on really harmless stuff from like Twitter, and I'm like, oh, what's this? And I click on it. Yeah, Big Dog all comes down to tone. Because some are like, yo, take it easy, Big Dog. And they could be being nice. They could be being nice. You know? It all comes down to tone. I don't know if you can make Bud or My Guy. I really, really don't know if you could make those sound nice. I don't know if tone can save Bud or My Guy. There you go, Sven. Yeah, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, Episode 5 spoilers. Yeah, like that's a show I was considering watching, and then I clicked right on that, and I was like, well, I didn't know what the frick I was clicking on. My Guy, is it for real? For sure. Can't wait for Hack. I love those games. I need JRPGs to stop looking like one another. I mean, I can't speak to that because they do look very similar to me. I just assumed it was because I don't play them that they look similar to me. Do you know what I mean? It's like I struggle with being able to tell the difference between, like, I feel like I can tell when someone is Korean versus Japanese or Chinese because I had Korean friends, but even still, I'm pretty bad at it. I don't, I can usually guess off of the language more than what they look like, and I assume that's just because I'm not around them enough. Like, if I was more familiar with the different, facial features, I might be able to tell the difference, and I feel the same way with games. I'm like, well, maybe they just look very similar to me because I don't play them a lot. Music is that way. People are like, oh, all metal music sounds the same way, but then when you actually listen to the bands and you're a fan, you're like, well, not really. So I just assumed when I looked at a lot of the JRPGs, like they looked really similar to me. I assumed it was because I just don't play them. You're not my guy, friend. You're not my buddy, pal. I found it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's how you open up emails. Right there. Twitlonger is coming. Took me a long time to realize you're not talking about Sven from Larian. Oh, Sven Vinka? Yeah. Listen here, son. Yeah. Found the non-whiteboarded one. Yeah, it's good. It's good. You know you're about to hear something when I say that. As an attorney, you got to learn which subject lines mean you're about to drop heat in the body of an email. Also, always double check for no reply. Oh, that's right. Just dropping by to say hello. I have a red apple to sell you. I only like green apples. Big Fry, why? I didn't even include this. I've got a video. It's uploading right now. My editor got it done. I didn't even get to include this in the video because, like, I didn't want the video to become too much about, like, what this guy puked all over Twitter. But, like, I had to talk about this one this morning. What in the world? How dare you attack my studio? I love the bottom, too. Toxic positivity is ruining the farming industry. No, toxic positivity blinded y'all to the fact that your game was no good. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, what on earth? What on earth? I really liked... Somebody said this. I don't know who it was. I don't know if I read it. I don't know if I heard it. I was consuming a lot of content about this very subject, and they basically said, the press... The gaming press, your job's to report to the public, not to, like, run defense force for studios. Like, you don't seem like you're beholden to the public anymore. It seems like you're beholden to, like, studios and publishers. Now, the video that's uploading right now, I actually talk about a significant element of the dialogue about Highguard, I think is related to access journalism. And I'm not going to give away the farm here. I'm going to let you guys watch the video here in a little bit. And it's like, what the heck is happening? What are we doing here? And I think I've maybe kind of figured it out. So I've been thinking about, because I was talking about the God of War game today, Sons of Sparta, and why I don't think it's a very good game, and neither does David Jaffe. And I want to have him on to talk about that. I think it would be good to get you and maybe some other folks on or just you, it's fine. I mean, we don't need to do a round table. Sometimes it's easier with just one other person. Just to talk about, like, what in the heck happened with this game, and why is everybody looking at everything so upside down? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to do more, like, guests on the show, podcast style stuff. I mean, I'm doing a podcast right now, but, like, with other people. So I'll maybe think of a day and a time and a topic, because this Highguard thing is just weird. Maybe a post-mortem once it officially shuts down, because it just jeepers. I think the game would be better if it was named not God of War. Yo, it's good. Dominus Gaul, there's a name. Yeah, but it would still be a not great Metroidvania. It would still be a not great platformer, action adventure, like an action platformer. It just is not great in those categories at all. I don't know. Sven says, get me on the show. Yeah, Sven got the platinum. Mugenics becomes the most played roguelike of all time with a peak of 115,000 players, overtaking Hades. Jiminy Christmas. Jiminy Christmas. That's why, like, I really found it strange. This is not in the video that's uploading right now, so I'm not, like, cannibalizing my own content. The thing that I really found interesting about the guy's lengthy post about Highguard is when he was like, this is going to kill, you know, smaller studios taking risks. And I was like, what? Are you watching the industry at all? Small studios are crushing it right now. Now, obviously, small studios are not crushing it in the realm of live service, because live service is expensive. You can't just, like, build the game and ship it. You need to spin up servers. You need to be able to scale those servers. You need to have, like, a long-term content plan. Like, obviously, live service is going to be abnormal to have a very good live service game launch from a smaller studio. Okay? But the idea that, like, oh, you guys didn't really give this small studio a chance and now nobody's ever going to take risks anymore. And I'm like, you mean like when Embark admitted that Arc Raiders was boring? Do you mean like when Expedition 33 Sandfall, when Sandfall said that they needed to completely kind of like restart because the direction the game was going in wasn't working? Like risks like that? Small studio, 200 employees, like 150 million. Right, like, I think, I tell you what's clear as crystal to me, Fry, is they ran out of money. They ran out of money. Somebody made a really good video. Oh, it was Mug Thief. That's who it was. Mug Thief's just crushing it lately. His content's so on point. He made the video, I think, where he talked about, like, the press is there for the public, and that's what they should be doing. They're beholden to the public. And he said, he's like, it's so clear that they ran out of money. He was like, because you said all this stuff and then you laid people off, which means you didn't have the money. Was it Mug Thief, or I might be mixing my people up now? I've been watching a lot of creators lately talk about this, and I don't know if it was Mug Thief or not now. I think it was him, where he was like, it was clear they didn't have that much. No, maybe it was Real Life Fake Wizard. I don't know who it was now. I think it might have been Real Life Fake Wizard. Mug Thief. Highguard Studio fires everyone and developers blame it on toxic gamers. It was Mug, wasn't it? Wait, you're not Mug Thief? No. Yeah, they didn't have a runway that took them past 2 weeks post-launch. Yeah, they ran out of money. Yeah. Okay, no, it was Mug. Yeah. I thought that was such a good point. It was like, you guys are out here saying you don't even need a super big player base, and you're 2 weeks in and you're letting everybody go? Like, what the frick? Like, you ran out of money. It's why the game shipped and clearly still had issues and problems. It was like, Jiminy Christmas, this thing wasn't close. That's why them getting all, like, incensed and angry that people rejected your game. It's like, but your game wasn't even ready. Creature says, that's wild. A dev that just took zero risk says their no-risk game failing is going to make devs take less risk. Oh, that I didn't even think about it from that angle. Like, where's the risk in Highguard? It's just so corporate and so... It felt so insincere. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's high levels. It's some of the highest levels of, like, overconfidence and hubris that I think I have ever seen. It is absurd. It is absurd. You want a 3-parter on Highguard? Sorry, Mug did. Oh, you went on a 3-parter on Highguard. Sorry, Mug did. Oh, yeah, Mug. Yeah. Helldivers is 100 devs and a dead engine. You know what's crazy? I tell you what's crazy is Arrowhead explodes. You know, Helldivers 2 exceeds all expectations. And they're like, we're not going to overhire and overreact here. I think that was one of the best decisions that Arrowhead made. They kept themselves lean. They kept their operational costs down. They didn't like overreact. And I think that was a very, very smart play because of course it's eventually going to slow down, and of course the money's going to slow down, and then you got all these people sitting around being like, oh, well, I guess you can't really justify us having the studio this size anymore. The way the dev was like, they didn't give us the shot it deserved. Like, who deserved? That's right. This is why people shouldn't post on Twitter when they're crashing out. Here's the thing, though. I said this morning, and again, I'm not cannibalizing the video. This is not in the video. This was an on-the-fly take that I said. I don't think he's crashing out, and I don't think he's having like an emotional human moment. I don't think so at all. I think it's literally part of the DNA of that company and their culture. I think that's what they thought about their game. That's why they responded the way that they did. They were like, I can't believe nobody likes this. This is absurd. This is so good. 33 months from Mark Anthony. Hey, Lono, some of your views will rub me the wrong way, but I'm here every day. I appreciate that, Mark Anthony. Let me add you to the total. Listen, it's just kind of like part of the package deal, man. I'm going to irritate people. You're not going to like some of the things I say. You know, that's just kind of the way that it is. They didn't give your game. Oh, they didn't give your game a shot. 100,000 people tried your game and didn't like it. You know what's interesting is that people are calling what took place on Steam, they're calling it review bombing. I'm like, review bombing? You launched a free-to-play game with a 15 to 20 minute tutorial for games that you admitted can last anywhere from 8 minutes to 30 minutes. And you're like, yeah, I can't believe people didn't play long enough and gave it a bad score. A $5 super chat from Forget Me Not. Sacred Symbols and Jaffe were more positive on Hunter's Gathering and agrees with the sentiment that PlayStation owns an audience. PlayStation's own audience is holding Sony hostage. Good Lord, I'd kill to be on that discussion. Because, no. I don't think the PlayStation's audience is holding Sony hostage. I think we were hoping for a co-op Horizon game, because I've always thought Horizon would be really, really fun co-op. I even thought maybe they hinted at co-op in some of the early trailers of Forbidden West, and they didn't give us Horizon co-op. They gave us a dadgum game that looks like it belongs on a cell phone. And listen. It could do fine commercially. The Horizon audience is enormous. But I do not believe that the PlayStation audience is like holding PlayStation hostage. Yes, there are plenty of PlayStation fans who like immediately bristled at the Metroidvania God of War and didn't even give it a shot. I gave it a shot, was excited about it. I don't think it's very good. I don't think Horizon Hunter's Gathering is an example of like what we would like to see PlayStation do if they're going to break out and do something new. That is not a co-op Horizon game. It's not. It's something else. The vibe, the art style, even the gameplay itself, it doesn't look or feel like Horizon at any turn. I don't know. I would love to be in a discussion with Colin Moriarty and Jaffe about that, because I see it very differently. I really, really do. I think the respect for the IP and the respect for the art is, there's a worrying pattern. There is a worrying pattern. The way they ported Last of Us Part 1 too quickly to PC and it was all busted up, they gave it to Iron Galaxy for Pete's sakes. Why would you do that? The way they ported Spider-Man 2 too quickly, the Lego Horizon game, Horizon Hunter's Gathering, handing God of War to a studio of no pedigree within Metroidvanias. Like, I don't know, man. I'm seeing a worrying pattern of the IP being treated like a means to an end. It doesn't feel like it's being protected enough. It reminds me of what Nintendo does with its IP, and I don't think it's a good way to treat your IP. Like, I think Nintendo gets away with it, but I don't know. Putting Mario in everything, Mario Tennis, Mario Cooking, Mario this, it's like, I don't know if we need that for Horizon and God of War and all these IPs that are so iconic and central to the identity of PlayStation. I don't know. I think it's a worrying pattern. I think you can really, really dilute your brand. You can dilute your IPs by treating them this way. Jeff pushing Highguard as the big premiere at a prestigious event is my personal head scratcher. What did he find so amazing about it? And BPM Boom says, I think Jeff is just a casual gamer, doesn't judge things too harshly, just enjoy games. Here's the issue with what Jeff did, and I think him being blamed and people laying blame at his feet is just absolutely ridiculous. I don't think you can blame Jeff Keighley at all for what happened. I don't think they would have had 97,000 concurrents on Steam, but I also don't think they would have reviewed very well, and I think they'd be in the exact same dadgum scenario they're in right now. They would not have a big enough player base to sustain the business. The fact that they laid people off that quickly, there's no way they would have had significantly more players without the Game Awards. They would have had less, which means less potential revenue, which means less potential money coming into the business, which means you would have laid the people off anyway. I don't know. Scapegoating Jeff is ridiculous, in my opinion. I don't think you can blame him. I think he just played the game, thought it was cool, and thought, hey, you guys are scrappy. You guys are low on cash. You're kind of looking for a bit of a bump. I'll give you a bump. I'll put you on the main stage. And they were probably thinking, holy crap. Now, if they didn't want to do it, they could have said no. If they thought that was a bad idea, well, then why'd you agree to it? You could have said no. He didn't do it against your will. He didn't take your game out into the public kicking and screaming and show it to people. Hey, they don't want me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. He has to accept some responsibility here, not for the product, but for the representation of the product. No, I don't think so. He holds no responsibility. None. He didn't make the game. He didn't name the game. He didn't run out of money. He didn't ship a game with a bunch of problems and glitches and issues. None of that's on Jeff. He threw his weight behind something that he believed in and thought looked good. That's what he's guilty of. He didn't do anything to warrant any blame in this scenario. Call a spade a spade. They thought they were going to get a huge free marketing boost, and it backfired. With how quickly they laid people off, they would have done that anyway. There is not a universe where that game is in the middle of the Game Awards and gets enough players and enough revenue to not be in the same scenario they're in right now. There's no way. They ran out of money. I don't know. The backyard baseball thing. Let me just show you the studio that they let build the God of War Metroidvania. This is the games that they've either ported because they're old or have had some sort of publishing or development work on. This is the pedigree that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with a studio that has some long-standing history of pedigree within Metroidvanias. Why would you hand God of War to this is what they've done. They've ported old games to cartridges and platforms and stuff. And they developed and published some of these. Just a litany of okay, from the studio that brought us Backyard Baseball. Yeah, that's who built the God of War game. And the games they did develop are mid. Yeah, they don't have any games in their development history that would justify anybody saying, yeah, that's who you should hand God of War Metroidvania to. Do you want to know why we watched the Castlevania trailer for Belmont's Curse and we were like, oh my gosh? Do you want to know why? The pedigree of the studio that's making it. It looked incredible. It instantly looked good. It's oh wow, look at that. That's going to be awesome. Because the studio behind it, they're good. They know what they're doing. It's the guy. It's either the team or some of the team that worked on Dead Cells. I still trust Jeff. I am never going to indict a man's character for making a bad judgment call and supporting something that he thought was going to be good. And I know he was like, "Oh, I'm going to be accepting your apologies." I think that speaks to the fact that he really believed in these guys. I'm not going to hold that against him. I'm just not going to. It's like, listen, in a day and age where we have studios and pundits and bloggers and YouTubers who will willingly mislead the public defending big, huge corporations, the last thing I'm going to do is be like, yeah, Jeff, how dare you back some new spin-up studio that you believed in and you really thought their game was special? How dare you, sir? Like, come on, man. Plenty of people have spent the last, how many years we've been doing this variety coverage thing, right? The last 5 years, there are so many press outlets and writers, bloggers, YouTubers who have used their platform to astroturf and talk about these big, huge companies as if they're so great and so good, and then the veil gets torn off. All Jeff did was say, I think you guys have got a banger here. I'm going to give you the biggest stage in the world. I'm never going to say, well, yeah, that really reflects poorly on your character, Jeff. Come on. Lona once thought Kill the Justice League was good. I thought it was going to be good. Yeah, I was like, man, these devs are really passionate about this. If there's something I've learned since Kill the Justice League, is that passion doesn't translate into a well-built product or a timely product. It just doesn't. I love those games as a kid. I used to beg my uncle because he had a PC that was good and he had those games as a kid. You had a PC that could only run Ski Free. Yeah, where the stinking snow, the abominable snowman would always eat you. We just don't know. I admire your ability to see the best in the situation. I think if I'm going to judge a man, if I'm going to judge his character, if I'm going to judge him, on his trustworthiness or his integrity, I'm going to do it on the pattern. Is there a pattern of this person being dishonest? Is there a pattern of this person being untrustworthy? I don't see that in Jeff. I see no malice in him. It's just like he thought this game was going to be good, and he believed in these guys. I don't think there's a pattern for me to be like, I don't trust this guy. He's like an industry plant or something. Like, I don't know. I think lots of people are predisposed to dislike him because the game they like didn't win, in whichever year it didn't win. They think everything's rigged. You know what I mean? It's like, this studio made a bad game. They were sniffing their own farts for 6 years, and when everybody opened the door and people were like, oh gosh, it stinks, they're like, oh, we don't understand. And everybody wants to blame Keeley or blame review bombing. No. The reluctancy to blame the developers from top to bottom, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's on them. It's on them. They could have told him no. They could have been like, you know what, Jeff, that's so kind, but we really think that's going to be just like the sweet squeezing hug of the public is going to kill us if we do that. We don't think that's a good idea. Listen to the things that they posted. That one guy, all the quotes he posted, they thought this thing was going to be amazing. They probably thought main stage. Holy crap. My uncle was a computer guy and had the games for my cousins, so I wanted to go there to play them. Yeah, anybody that you were friends with back in the day that like actually had a computer with games on it, that was really exciting. Yeah. I don't blame Jeff for the game. I blame him for his part in it. That spot, the timing, the setup. But here's why I don't like placing any blame. Let's rewind the clock and let's Doctor Strange this thing up, and we put that game into the middle of the Game Awards, right? They'd be in the same scenario right now. They wouldn't have enough players. They wouldn't have enough money. They would have run out of money. They would have laid a bunch of people off, and they'd be facing they'd be facing the same situation. Like, I don't feel like he's a causality in where they are right now. I just don't. The public would have had the same response. They're like, what the crap is that? That looks like garbage. And they wouldn't have had a player base to speak of. Word of mouth wouldn't have spread to be like, the game's so good, man. Like, no. Will Power said yesterday in an interview, people are going to be pleasantly surprised how Crimson Desert runs on the console. Prove it. Prove it. Where's the footage then? Show us footage right now. If he's saying that, okay, game went gold. Okay. Where's the footage? You've been in the optimization phase for a while now. Even after going gold, you're in the optimization phase. Wired Rope says he did not say that. Has 191. Are you misquoting the man? I don't take too kindly to that. Don't be coming in here misquoting a man. I'm here to tell you, if we're going to be pleasantly surprised how that game runs on console, prove it. Show it to me. How hard is it? How hard is it? The game's coming out in what? About roughly a month? Boot it up on a console and record some footage. Do it. Does nobody have review access to the game yet? I mean, come on. Where's the game? If that thing's going to run well on console, then prove it. You're telling me right now you can't walk into an office somewhere at that studio at Pearl Abyss and say, hey, could you boot the game up on a PlayStation 5 and record some footage? Yeah, just some raw gameplay. Just like run a mission or a quest or something. What the frick? The thing comes out in a month. That entire situation, the whole thing, it's like, what is going on? You watch Digital Foundry? No. He was on another podcast. He was on Drop Frames with Co and the boys. Co, JP, and Zeke. He was on there with them. Listen, I said it this morning. It's like, it's the appearance of transparency because they're not being transparent. Does that make sense? The way this thing's being marketed, it has all the hallmarks of it. It's not transparent. It's like you're showing gameplay that is so juiced up and running at such a high degree of fidelity, and you won't show it to me on the console. You got PC gameplay footage in 3 lengthy videos on the PlayStation channel. And you're doing this review circuit, this interview circuit, to make it seem like, oh man, they're being real transparent, man. He's out here taking questions. He's out here talking about the game. Yeah, that looks like transparency from the outside. Come on. Detective C says review codes go out in 2 weeks. Detective Seeds, do you know if they're going to do PC only? Oh, no way. Robert Duvall passed away. 95. You had a good run, Boo Radley. Man, he was a good actor. We will give confirmation of red flags for console if codes are only for PC. For sure. For sure. I don't know if I'm having a hard time remembering here because, you know, I've been doing this for a long time. I don't know if I can remember a game that went gold and we had no footage of it on console. You don't know yet? You asked for PS5? Okay. Yeah, we'll probably cover that one tomorrow, Lennon. No green room today? No, we'll do a green room. I've got a Highguard video for you here in just a second. Does Crimson Desert really have mechs, or is that a joke? You think it's a joke? Telling you, I smell scope creep all over this project, boys. It just smells like scope creep. The minimum recommended specs are on Steam, though. Since when has that ever been a guarantee of a game's performance, brother? Like, come on. Give me one second. Shh. I was doing the airline thing, man. It's going to be a little bit of a delay. Just a little bit longer. Just a minute more. And then like 20 minutes later, you're like, you said it was going to be a little bit longer. I'm not trying to tell them. I don't know what. Is it YouTube or your internet speed? Dear Lord, it's taking a long time to upload. Like, with my fiber, I uploaded that 4-minute video yesterday in it was like 10 seconds. I was like, huh? Like, Crimson Desert apparently has everything. That's what I mean. It has everything. It looks like Scope Creep, the video game. It literally looks like Scope Creep, the video game. It's like, we have everything. It's like, all right. Good luck. This game seems insane to me, boys. Absolutely insane. They asked the guy about Scope yesterday, and they said that the guy wasn't fired because he didn't exist. Huh? They asked the guy about Scope yesterday, and they said that guy wasn't fired because he didn't exist. That sentence doesn't make any sense to me. If you're wrong about Crimson Desert, will you admit it and buy me a copy? I won't buy you a copy, but homie, if I'm wrong, I will be in this chair throwing confetti in the air, playing it on my PS5 Pro and celebrating how great it is. If this game delivers on what they're showing us, it's basically Red Dead Redemption and Skyrim had a baby. It's like, what? Huh? With a dash of like MMO. Like, how do they do this? It's going to rival every category at the Game Awards. Do you see what I'm saying? The thing that's interesting about the discussion with Crimson Desert is like, if we just stop for a moment and ask, like, how are you doing this? That's the real question. Like, where did you guys come from? How did you manage to pull this off? So many other developers have tried to create games of this size and scope, and it's just like we almost never see this. Eastern devs are no joke. You know what's funny about that? I think the praise for Eastern developers is becoming really unwarranted because it's becoming almost fanboyish, and hopefully that's not offensive given what happened earlier. It's almost fanboyish. It's like, did you play Wu Chang Fallen Feathers? Did you play Black Myth Wukong? These games were not paragons of polished design work. They had issues. They had problems. They leveraged technology in the most ridiculous way. Like the way they used the way they used FrameGen in Black Myth. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers had all kinds of issues at launch. This weird, like, oh, Eastern developers, they cook, they make no mistakes. Man, I don't know. Like, Tides of Annihilation is another one. It just looks too good to be true. There's performance issues in the trailers. Like, I don't know, man. I think people are really overestimating, like, the way they talk about Eastern developers. It's almost as if, like, they can do no wrong. And yet, like, I don't know, man. They've had a bunch of games come out that people act like are amazing, that have tons of issues and problems. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm loving Neo 3, but performance isn't that great. He means that a person wasn't hired in the dev team to stop scope creep. They could let their ideas fly. It's been worked on for 8 years, to be fair, and they restarted once. There is phishing. Shut it down, boys. There's phishing. The devs of Stellar Blade did say they're happy about AI helping their devs because competing with China is hard. when they have so many devs. However, they mostly do gacha, so I don't give an F. It's a grift to crap on Western studios. Yeah, we act like Eastern studios can do no wrong. Like, there's so many games like Blue Protocol and others that have come from Eastern developers that have been either rough at launch or no good or like get bad, poor scores. Like Lost Soul aside, like I don't know. I think we need to this idea of like, that's an Eastern studio. They cook. They make. They really bring the heat. And it's like, I don't know, bro. Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monhun Wilds and Black Myth Wukong and Wu Chang Fallen Feathers are all examples of games that I do not feel like were at a very, very good quality at launch. Had all sorts of problems. I just don't know. It's just like, I don't know. It's this assumed position of greatness. Eastern devs can throw manpower at it, but it does not guarantee anything. It's like people that say, like AA games and indie games are taking over and like they're embarrassing the AAA studios. And then I look at the ocean of AA and indie titles that hit Steam that go nowhere and completely fail and flop, and the number of sales that AAA games still continue to get, and the amount of revenue that the AAA games continue to get. And I'm like, man, you guys are still banging on this drum. You guys are still banging on this narrative that, like, the AA's and indies are upsetting the entire ecosystem. They're upsetting the entire, economy of gaming. I'm just like, all right. If you say so. If you say so. It won't be long before gamers see that mythology-inspired, Souls-adjacent games are seen as derivative slop. Time is a flat circle. Then Western devs will be praised again. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm excited about the one based on the Korean novel, The Bird That Drinks Tears, the Project Windless, the Chicken Man game. But yeah, that game, it's in development. It's like, that could take a long time to come out. You know what I mean? Hang on a second. I just want to see something. Yeah, I don't like that thumb or POV. That's not what I kind of wrote and did that. Hang on a second. 1 second, y'all. We've got time here. It's going to take forever to process. We might have to have you guys do it later after Green Room. Hang on a second. I think. I don't know how to spell it. Sorry. Let's see here. I just like any giant... Oh, it actually says processing is not going to take very long. I just like any giant brushstrokes like devs from here, game size X. It paints too broadly to have any real substance. Fried Chicken Dynasty Warriors. I will say the one thing about Project Windless that gives me pause, I've never been big on Dynasty Warriors style combat. I don't enjoy it. Yeah. It seems... What was the game with the zombies and the you could make your weapons. Was it Dead Rising? I think it was on my Xbox. It like came with it or something. I think it was like Dead Rising 3 or something. And there's something about games where you're doing that. It just feels so frivolous. Like there's a frivolity to it where you just over and over again, just like bodies upon bodies and just explosions and blah, blah, and like attacking. It just doesn't, I just have never really liked it. Hang on. Man, I love Dynasty Warriors. Mindless Slaughter can make a bad day good. Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like it. It's why the Just Cause games, I almost immediately am just like, it's just a destruction simulator. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just blowing stuff up and, you know, just, I don't know. It's something, there's the frivolity of it wears off so quickly. It's like boom, boom, explosions, pow, 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 pow. And then after like an hour or so, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Like, I don't need to play anymore. Does that make sense? Like Dead Rising 3, Just Cause, you know, and then when I see those Dynasty Warrior games, like that's my reaction. It's like, man, I think I'd get bored pretty quickly. I don't think I'd really vibe with that. When does South Midnight land on PS5? I think it's like middle of March, isn't it? I was really hoping they would retool the combat. South of Midnight PS5 release. I was considering getting it. It just says spring. I thought we had a date. Maybe we don't have a date yet. I just have all the articles are just saying spring. I wonder how the Star Trek game is going to go over. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Yeah, I was hoping they would rework the gameplay, the combat. I mean, because that to me was the one thing in South of Midnight that just didn't work. It was very. It was like this close. It was like almost like, yeah, this is almost like a first pass. You guys really should have done, better job with like the targeting and the movement and everything else. I thought the same thing about Kena Bridge of Spirits. I thought Kena Bridge of Spirits combat, it's like, man, you guys were right there. Just a little bit more polished. The camera and the lock on and all that, I think could have been a lot better than it was. And it, I think, would have made a big difference in how Kena Bridge of Spirits was experienced. But yeah. Wukong sold 30 million copies in the first 6 months, I believe. Pretty good for one of China's first AAA games. Yeah, I'm not debating sales, though. Has 191. I'm not debating sales. It's the notion that, like, oh yeah, man, these Eastern devs, they cook. And it's like, there's a bunch of their games that have come out that I would argue have not been as polished or at quality, and people act like these guys can do no wrong. And I'm like, I just don't agree. I think their games have come out and have had their own issues, just like Western developers. Now, sure, you could be like, oh, but they're not doing any of the woke stuff. And it's like, okay, but I think a lot of that's been just grossly exaggerated. I'm not saying there haven't been tonal shifts. You know, there have certainly been tonal shifts within certain stylizations and how like certain characters are positioned and stuff like that, but not to the degree that people are saying it is. I think it's so exaggerated. We're more than half the sales from China. I don't even know it was half. I thought it was like 80% or something. It was pretty high, which is totally fine. Like, that would be like if Project Windless sells better in Korea. That's fine. There's not that's not taking away from the game's success or saying that it wasn't any good. It's like, yeah, there's a cultural relevancy there that you're never going to compete with. Of course it's going to sell better there. That's fine. I think a lot of people really misrepresented like why that was being invoked. It was like, nobody's invoking this to say that like it doesn't count. It's to say this wasn't some global sensation that like took over the gaming world. It was very culturally relevant and did very well in that particular market. It had lots of performance issues. The way they leveraged technology and stuff was bad. And so to act like, you know, to glaze up the game and act like it was so amazing and so excellent and so flawless and Eastern developers are schooling Western developers, I was just like, I don't know about all that, dude. If you think they're free from politics, boy, do I have news for you. I don't know if you'd be able to make the argument that there was any politics in the handful of games that have come out recently. Like, I've not paid much attention to, you know, to anybody claiming that or the alternative. Okay, I'll do that tomorrow. I didn't say they can do no wrong, but they cooked with Wukong. One of my favorite games ever. I hope they cook with Crimson Desert because it's insanely ambitious. I would argue that they didn't cook with Wukong, though. I think Wukong is exactly the thing that I'm trying to talk about. You get really ambitious, and you get really, really gung-ho, and then they switch to Unreal 5, and I think that really, really hurt Wukong's quality. I think all those performance issues, the way that they leverage frame gen, I mean, I don't know, man. I really, really don't think I would cite that as an example of like, oh yeah, Crimson Desert will be amazing and it's an Eastern developer just like Wukong. It's like, yeah, but look at all the issues that Wukong had. Like, I think, again, they got in a similar vein of like, oh man, look at all this cool stuff we can do in Unreal 5. They switched to Unreal 5. I think it hurt the game. I think it did. I think it significantly hurt Wukong. I think the game could have been significantly, you know, better with respect to optimization and performance and how they built it if they would have stayed in the previous version of Unreal. I think a lot of people would argue against that. 1 million positive reviews on Steam would say otherwise. The reviews are superfluous to a discussion about technical problems and performance issues. You're not even talking to me. You're talking to somebody else. Homie, when I cite actual tech issues and performance issues and bugs and glitches and the fact that the way they used frame gen on the PlayStation to like double the frames, that has nothing to do with like its review score on Steam. That's not what I'm talking about. On console, yes, they messed up at launch, I will say that, but the PC, it was almost perfect. I'm telling you, man, people get on this Eastern developer wavelength thing, and it's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't feel like we're having a conversation. I don't. It's like, I think anybody staring straight-faced at, you know, Monster Hunter Wilds, or Dragon's Dogma 2, or Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, or Black Myth Wukong. Like, anybody staring straight-faced at these games would say, like, yeah, these games were not in good condition when they came out. This, I don't get it. I don't know. I feel like the developers are held in such high esteem, and it's like, okay, I'm not saying these games were bad, but when Western developers do this, nobody would give them a pass. Like, I didn't give Jedi Survivor a pass, for goodness sakes. Like, and I love Star Wars. I mean, I waited 4 months to even play it, dadgummit. It was in such terrible shape on console. Tommy says it depends on PC hardware. It's their opinion and experience, I guess. Look, well, that's my point, though. If you're going to... let's go back to the original statement and the original idea here, right? Let's go back to the original statement and the original idea. The idea that, like, oh, Eastern developers are cooking, Crimson Desert will be fine, and you're citing games that had performance issues at launch. Like... And I'm citing other games from Eastern developers that have had significant performance issues at launch. Monster Hunter WoW sucks as a Monster Hunter, ignoring performance, and Dragon's Dogma 2 sucks, period. That's what I mean. Like, I don't buy into it. I do not buy into this mantra, like the game will be fine because of the region of the world it's coming from, when I can demonstrate plenty of games that have come from that region that have had tons of performance issues at launch, and it all stems from the game's scope and the tech they use or the size of the game. And it's like, I don't know how anybody can look at Crimson Desert straight face and not see a game that has had a massive amount of scope creep, and the way they're positioning the game in the trailers, it all feels like a bill of goods. I don't know. If I'm wrong, we'll all celebrate. It'll be one of the best I am wrong celebrations ever. It'll be one of the best. Because it'll be like, yep, it's amazing. I was wrong. This is one of the greatest games ever made. It's perfectly optimized and it runs so incredibly well. I have a very strong feeling I'm not going to be saying that, and neither is anybody else. Let me get this going. We can get this out. We get this out. Okay. Okay. Is this thing ready, creature? Because I'll schedule it, and we could probably premiere it in the next 4 minutes and throw people at it. Can't wait for the I was wrong waiting room. I'm someone who's a fan of the Monster Hunter series for 20 odd years, says Wheezy. I don't know about Nier Automata. Had issues. Somebody's saying it took like 7 years to fix. Yeah, I don't know. Run and kick rocks. This man changed my POV. I wrote a whole script, had a whole idea, and he's like, no, I'm changing it. I'm like, oh, I liked mine. All right, here we go. We'll do the sci-fi. We'll do 3. Okay. Today at 1:45. Schedule. Okay, customization. Okay. What's the Spider-Man thing in the background? I was here late. Missy, you've talked about it. It's a Lego. Yeah, it's a Lego Spider-Man. I had Yoda, my Lego Yoda back here. He's going to be in the video that I'm about to run. And he fell overnight. That's the second time that's happened. Those like cushions I have them on, eventually like the temperature change happens or something, and he fell. And I came in the office this morning and he was in a bunch of pieces. Old me would have ripped all that out and been like, I'm so done with this. That's the second time I've had a Lego fall on those stupid things. So yeah, that one's got some advantage in that it's tilted against the wall. It's tilted against the wall. Yeah. Oh shoot, I didn't do the Ashes of Creation thing. Let me remove that from the title and topic of today. God of War. There. We didn't get to it. The Ashes of Creation stuff wasn't that interesting. Nobody even brought it up, so I'm just taking it out of the title and description. If you guys are currently watching on Purple on Twitch, as well as if you're watching on YouTube, I got a video that I put some time into yesterday. I actually put a lot of time into this because I do think it's really important to talk about why not just the developers, but everybody associated with the situation with Highguard. I think they're all going to fail again. I think this has a lot to do with access journalism and the like. So I'm going to put a link in chat, and I need you guys to all dogpile on this video. If you guys watch my videos on mobile and you can use that hype, please hype the videos. That is super, super helpful. Anytime we're doing an upload, we usually only do like one upload a day. So you're coming from a live stream, or maybe you get an upload on the weekend. Hit the like, hit the comment, hit the hype. That is super helpful to me, and share it with people that you think will like it. I actually think this could be a good one. This Highguard piece in particular could be a good one for people to react to. So if you're in circles of people that do that, or Discords or communities, be sure to share this video. Basically, Highguard, they will fail again. Yeah, they're gonna fail again. And I got the link in chat. I'll also redirect you guys on YouTube. So do me a favor, man. If you're watching on YouTube right now, hit the like button on this video, and then go dogpile on this new video and hit the like button over there as well. All right? I'll see you guys over there.